rid of my virtual background.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Wesak. Welcome to Sukadhamma. We are very today to have Chula Dr. Kama Kodron, who will be speaking on bringing adversities on the path of practice and facing life challenges with wisdom. Let me introduce Dr. Kama. Dr. Kama was ordained by Venerable Khenchen Kanggu Rinpoche in 2009. Dr. Kama is a meditation teacher focusing on mind training, calm abiding, and insight meditation. Trained as a civil engineer, she also holds environmental and resource studies from Mahidol University, Thailand, and a Master of Arts in Buddhist Studies from the International Buddhist College. Dr. Kama, an environmental socialist, is currently an assistant professor in development studies at the University of Nottingham, Kuala Lumpur, and the Deputy Director of Education at the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, and religious advisor to the Malaysian Buddhist Consultative Council. Dr. Kama received the Outstanding Woman in Buddhism Award in 2010 in recognition of her contributions to Buddhism and the environment by the Association for the Promotion of Status of Women in Thailand. Dr. Kama has authored 2 books on conservation and co-authored a comparative study between Sikhism and Buddhism titled Two Gurus, One Message. Please welcome Dr. Kama for tonight, this evening's talk. Dr. Kama, over to you.
Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya Dashidele, and happy Wesak to all my Dhamma brothers and sisters. For those of you who do not know the word Wesak, I wish you a very auspicious Buddha Purnima or Buddha Jayanti. So we also have some viewers from other parts of the world, yeah? So welcome everybody, and it's so nice to meet you again. I would first like to thank Sukadhamma School for inviting me yet again. Yeah, every year I have this very close and auspicious connection with Sukadhamma School. Sukadhamma School, a Sunday school, teaching the Dhamma to students, to young children until teenagers. And they have always been very kind to me, and you have always been giving me the opportunity to share the Dharma. So I'm very sorry, I have to apologize in advance that this year I'm unable to make it in person. And I aspire that next year onwards, I'll be able to resume if you would have me, yeah? So, okay, before we start, I would like to first take refuge and bodhicitta. So for those of you who are not familiar with Buddhism, it is a tradition for us to set our motivation. First, we have to set our motivation in the way that
recording in progress.
The motivation is set in a way that we will listen to the teachings in a way to benefit all beings. Yeah. So think that we are not only listening to the teachings for our own self. Yeah, of course, we have to improve our own self. That's very true. But then we need to also work for others, yeah, because in this world, we are only one person, right? But then there are billions and billions and billions of beings other than us. So which makes it, if you put things into perspective, there's so many billions and trillions and zillions, gazillion beings that we cannot even count. So numberless sentient beings are here in this world. Yeah, and not only in this world, in other parallel universes, also we have sentient beings. They are everywhere. Yeah, all you need to do is just dig a hole in the ground, and you can see the billions of life forms that you can, you'll find there. And those are the ones that you can see. What about the ones that we cannot see? Yeah, so if we put things into perspective, we are actually struggling together with numberless sentient beings. So many of us are in the same boat. So therefore, we always have this beautiful tradition of starting any event in Buddha Dharma with a very kind thought for others. Okay, so what is this kind thought? So first we generate the mind that we are going to listen to this Dharma talk for the benefit of all sentient beings. So first, I would like to allow me to take refuge and generate bodhicitta in Tibetan language. And I also have my Tibetan Dharma brothers and sisters also here, yeah, from monasteries in India. So welcome, aapka swagat hai, Tashdile. Also, so we can all basically do the opening prayers, short and sweet. Namo Guru Pe, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya, Namo Guru Pe, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya, Namo Guru Pe, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya, Sangye Chedan Tsoki Choknamla, Janchu Bardu Dagni Chap Suchi, Dagi Jinsagi Pishu Namki, Rola Pinchir Sangi Druparsho, Sangi Chedan Tsoki Choknamla, Janchu Bardu Dagi Chak Suchi, Dagi Jinsagi Pishu Namki, Rola Pinchir Sangi Druparsho, Sangi Chedan Tsoki Choknamla, Janchu Bardu Dagni Chap Suchi, Dagi Jinsogi Pesu Namki, Rola Penchir Sangi Parsho. Simchen Tamche Dewa Dan Deve Judan Tempara Juje Dunga Dan Dunga Ge Judan the Vara Juje Dunga Mepe Deva Dan Pada Mira Vara Juje Nirin Chandani Dan Davetan Yom Chenpola Nepara Juruje Simchen Tamche Deva Dan Deve Judan Tempara Juje Dunga Dan Dunga Ge Judan the Vara Juje Dunga Mepe Deva Dan Pada Mira Vara Juje Nirin Chandani Dan Davetan Yom Chenpola Nepara Juruje Simchen Tamche Deva Dan Deve Judan de Para Juche Dunga Dan Dunga Gi Judan de Vara Juche Dunga Mi Pe Deva Dan Pada Mi de Vara Juche Nirin Chada Nidan Da Vetanyom Chen Pola Ne Para Juruche Simchen Namki Sampada Lo Ye Jita Jita Vaje Chung Tumon Tek Pa Ye Chuki Korlo Kordus. So just to translate, we took refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Homage to the Gurus, homage to the Buddhas, homage to the Dharma, the teachings, and homage to the Sangha, the community of practitioners. Yeah, we are inspired by the lineage of teachers. We are inspired by the by the enlightened ones. We are inspired by their teachings. We are inspired by the community of practitioners. Our path is supported by the lineage of teachers. Our path is supported by the enlightened ones. Our path is supported by their teachings, and our path is supported by the community of practitioners. Until the heart of enlightenment is reached, I and all my kind mother sentient beings as vast as the skies go for refuge to the gurus, go for refuge to the Buddhas, go for refuge to the Dharma, go for refuge to the Arya Sangha, from the merits accrued by practicing giving, morality, patience, effort, samadhi, and wisdom. Samadhi means meditation and wisdom. May I become a fully enlightened being, a Buddha, to benefit numberless sentient beings. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be separated from the happiness that is free from suffering, which means that may all sentient beings not be separated from the bliss of the true nature of mind, and may all beings be equanimous, free from extremes of attachment and aversion. May all sentient beings dwell in the middle, not afflicted by things that they like or things that they don't like. Remain in the middle, calm and composed. May all sentient beings be able to achieve it. May I be able to achieve it, yeah? I don't yet, but I'm trying, yeah? So that's the point. So we also requested the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to also turn the wheel of the Dharma for the sake of all sentient beings. And now we are ready to start. So first and foremost, I would like to introduce to you the topic, yeah? So today's topic is bringing adversities on the path to enlightenment. So basically, today is a very, very beautiful, blessed, and precious day. Why do I say so? Because today is the anniversary of the birth, enlightenment, and passing away of the historical Buddha, right? So this is a very, very, very important event in the life of sentient beings, actually. Whether you're Buddhist or not Buddhist, it doesn't matter, because the teachings actually came for everyone. And the teachings, the Buddhist teachings are exemplified by, are characterized by what? Inclusiveness, yeah, appreciation for diversity, equality, equanimity, equity, respect, kindness, compassion. These are all universal values, yeah. So the Buddha merely discovered these very, very precious values which were lost to humanity. Humanity forgot, and humanity started treating people in, in a way which is unkind. And how unkind is that? In the past, in ancient India, before the Buddha got enlightened, when he was young, he bore witness to the fourfold caste system. Yeah, we call it the Charvaran. So this fourfold caste system, Siddhartha Gautam was born into a Kshatriya family, which is a family of warriors, right? And his gurus were the Pandits, who are Brahmins, right? And then the farmers and the merchants are of the Vaishya class, and then the outcasts, Shudra. So in the past, the Shudra, if you are from one caste, the lowest caste, you cannot touch somebody from a higher caste. You cannot drink the water from the same well. Your shadow cannot touch a person from the higher caste, especially not the priestly Brahman class. So which means that it is actually quite it's quite frustrating to live in a world where you're not treated equally. And then also men and women. Women did not get access to the spiritual life. Women were meant to, women from the womb to the tomb, according to the code of Manu. If you have ever heard of the code of Manu, Manu Smriti. Manu Smriti is a very ancient code, yeah. I cannot remember, maybe it's to the tune of perhaps 5,000 years old. So Manu Smriti dictates that a woman, a girl child, from the womb to the tomb must be under the protection of a male relative. Meaning that when she is born, she's under the protection of her father. And then when she grows slightly older and gets married, she's under the protection of her husband. And then once she becomes old, she's under the protection of her sons. And then there she goes off to the funeral pyre, and that's it. Yeah. So her entire life, from the moment she's conceived in the womb until the time that she breathes her last, and even after that also, until her body is cremated, it's all controlled by men. Okay, some may find it fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it is not fine, but some find it offensive that their freedom is restricted. So the equality, so women were not allowed to access education, right? Education was mainly for the upper caste males, and then women were not allowed to participate in religious rites and rituals. Those were also the prerogative of the higher class, which are the priestly Brahmanical class, Brahman class. Okay, so what were women meant to do? So women were meant to basically do the household chores, get married, bear children, rear the children, and basically, she's like the mother figure for the house, which is great. Women being in a nurturing role is fantastic, yeah, because that is biologically ordained. Women in a nurturing role, women being mothers, that's wonderful, that's beautiful. But then again, some people, women also aspire for other things, yeah. Their well-being is not only dictated by their gendered roles. Gendered roles meaning that roles assigned to them by society according to their biological sex. That means according to women, you know, if I'm a woman, I've got to do things that is dictated by society, only meant for women, something like that. So these inequalities were there. And women did not have any escape from the drudgery of household life. So which means that they were trapped, so they could not go anywhere because it was dangerous. If women wanted to go wander off into the forest, then, because of the physical limitations of the female body, the safety is an issue, and also sustenance is an issue, and also religious instructions. Where are women going to go and get religious instructions? Who is going to house women? Where could women go? How could women, if women are not happy in their marriages, if women are not happy in their household life, if women are not, if women aspire for spiritual liberation, so what could they do? So during the time of the Buddha, women were asked to aspire to be reborn as males. So this, too bad, this life you have got, you didn't get, you were not born in a male body, which allows you to do the things that you want to. So in the same way, even the lower castes also were asked to be reborn. If you want to have a better deal, then you have got to do your kartavya, do your dharma. So you have to perform your dharma, your duty in this life. And if you perform it well, regardless of your caste, you perform it well. And if you're a woman, you perform your duty well, then you would have created enough merits to be reborn as a male. So now the Buddha was a social, revolutionary, because the Buddha revolutionized the idea of equality. So the Buddha said that no, women and men both can attain enlightenment in this very body. So there's no such thing as a woman. If you want to attain enlightenment or progress on the spiritual path, you must die first and then be reborn in a male body and then come back and, and then you can get your religious instructions. The Buddha said no, because the mind of a man and a woman is the same, right? And then the mind of an upper caste, lower caste, anybody is the same, right? Okay, so and the Buddha even extended this to other species also. So the mind of a human being and the mind of an animal, even though the cognitive capabilities, that means the thinking ability, just because of being born in an animal form, yes, the cognitive abilities are less, but the mind is the same. There is no difference in the nature of the mind. So therefore, animals feel pain. Animals are aware up to a certain extent of the condition that they are in. They feel sadness, they feel pain, they yearn to escape, and they're afraid to die. So because animals are afraid to die, we shall not kill and we shall not cause to kill this. So Buddha, one of the main reasons why I was attracted to Buddhism is because of the kind of compassion extended to animals. And I have always loved animals since I was small. So when I used to think, that why isn't anybody talking about animals? Why isn't anybody considering that animals need to be taken care of and their feelings need to be respected? Why? I used to always ask, are animals only meant for our pleasure, for us to eat them? You know? So in the same way, the lower castes are also meant for the higher caste pleasure. It's not very nice, isn't it? If we are born in a lower caste and then we are made to work and we suffer and our life is cheaper than that of a higher caste, and that's not very pleasant. In the same way, the animals also feel this, that we should at least, we should be respected, but we cannot, but there's of course entire question of moral considerability. I teach a course in university called environmental ethics, but environmental politics, but that's a different story altogether. To make things very simple, inequalities existed during the time of the Buddha, right? And the Buddha was a social revolutionary. He actually bridged the gap between the castes, the different castes, made them all equal. Men and women, gave them equal opportunities, right? But somewhere after that, the equal opportunities got lost. That's also a different story, not meant for discussion today. But the idea is that the Buddha tried to alleviate suffering because the Buddha understood the suffering. And it is today that we actually remember this great human being, ordinary human being at the beginning, who became an extraordinary human being at the end. So when the Buddha got enlightened, when Siddhartha got enlightened, so a Brahmin asked him, what did the Brahmin ask the Buddha? He asked the Buddha, are you a Deva? Then the Buddha said, no. Then are you a Gandharva? Gandharva is a celestial a being, yeah, one of the classes of Devas also. Are you a Gandharva? The Buddha said, no. Then a series of questions, are you this, are you that, something to the, always relating a person who is radiant and who is a beautiful face and a very peaceful demeanor, glowing. This has to be somebody from outer space, yeah, or from a different planet, a different realm altogether. Then the Buddha said, no, I'm actually awakened. I'm the Buddha. I'm not a Deva. I'm not God. Yeah, I'm nothing, but I'm not to say I'm nothing, but I am I'm awake. So this goes to show you that the day that the Buddha became awake is a very important day, because ordinary people like us can actually become Buddhas. This is what the Buddha wanted to say. The Buddha said that, a person who's glowing, who has got realizations and all, does not need to come from outer space. And it's actually a very ordinary being who over many, many lifetimes developed the three trainings. What are the three trainings? Ethics, right, which is sila, and then samadhi, which we can say dhyan, or we call it meditation, or gyan, pragya. In Pali, we call it panya, right? Sila, samadhi, and panya. So sil, dhyan, and gyan. These are the three trainings, right? So if we were to keep our precepts well, so the Buddha started teaching us from the very basic. If you want to be free from suffering, you've got to keep the basic precepts. Now, so we come to the three trainings a little bit later. First, I would like you to understand the significance of the Wesak day. Today, Buddha Purnima is very, very important. Number one, a person who is going to be the Buddha was born on this very day, right? 2,600 years ago. And his name, he was given the name Siddhartha. Siddhartha means wish fulfilled. So his parents wanted a son very badly. And after many, many years, the couple was blessed with a son. And therefore, the mother and father's wish was fulfilled. So his name was Siddhartha, right? But this child, of course, is a human being, but this child is slightly more realized than other children. Why? Because in the past lives, this person who is now called Siddhartha, who was in his last birth called Siddhartha, developed a bodhisattva career. Bodhisattva career means there was a time when this Siddhartha, many, many aeons before, I believe it is like 3 aeons before he became Siddhartha, before he was born into the royal family of the Shakya kingdom, what happened was that one fine day, he saw the Buddha Dipankar. So the Buddha Dipankar was coming with 500 arhants. And then his name was Ascetic Sumedha. So Ascetic Sumedha, so it's like so he was a sannyasi also, yeah. So he was Sumedha the sannyasi and ascetic. So he saw that there was mud where the Buddha Dipankara and his 500 followers were going through. And he did not want the robes of Buddha Dipankar and the 500 arhants to be soiled, to become dirty. So he prostrated in front of the Buddha Dipankar and let the Buddha Dipankar and all the 500 arhants to walk over him. He became a bridge so that the others will not go into the mud. And this was a very, very great act of faith. And also he, and after that he prostrated to the Buddha and then he asked for a prophecy. So meaning in the Buddhist tradition, we have a tradition of asking for prophecy. Yeah? Even especially in the Mahayana Tibetan tradition, we ask for a prophecy. So there are initiation ceremonies where we mimic the entire scenario of prophecy. Prophecy meaning that we go to a Buddha and then we kneel down and then we say that we ask for confirmation whether will we become Buddhas, ever. So the answer is always yes. No guru will tell you that the answer is no. No, you will never become a Buddha. That has never happened. Why? Because everybody has got Buddha nature in us. Buddha nature, some call it the Tathagata Garbha, yeah? So it's like so it's an essence, it's a Buddha nature which is characterized by clarity, yeah, suchness. It cannot be described, it cannot be grasped, there's no color, there's no smell, you cannot touch it, yeah, but it is there. It is an inner essence, and the essence is characterized by awareness, which is the clarity aspect, and also the kindness and compassion, which is the method aspect, yeah. So it is all inside us. So when ascetic Sumedha prostrated to the Buddha Dipankar, he asked the Buddha Dipankar, will I become a Buddha? Then the Buddha Dipankar said, yes. He said, you will become a Buddha in a life where your name will be, you'll be born Siddharth and you'll become a Buddha called Siddharth Gautam because your family name is Gautam. So that's how, and that is not like, okay, somebody tells you you're going to become a Buddha today. So immediately, like the next week, then you become a Buddha. That's not true. How many years did it take for Sumedha to become a Buddha? 3 aeons. Very, 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 very long. 3 aeons. I cannot, you can look up on Google, yeah, as to the length of time an aeon is, right? So our one day here is already very long actually, yeah, and one lifetime, 70 years average. We feel that it is very long. But can you imagine 3 aeons? Yeah, 1 aeon is very long, 3 aeons is even more so. And ascetic Sumedha became a bodhisattva on that day. So someone who aspires for Buddhahood becomes a bodhisattva. Bodhisattva means somebody who aspires to become a Buddha. Bodhi means actually enlightenment. It's like and sattva is a being, yeah, so a being that aspires for enlightenment, who walks the path of enlightenment. So that person has to train. You cannot just, without creating the causes and conditions for enlightenment, you cannot simply become enlightened. So he had to train, he had to go through a complete career, just like we are teachers or lecturers or doctors or anything like that. We have a career, right? And we go through training, specialization in order to become doctors and whatever, you know. In the same way, the ascetic Sumedha, over a period of 3 aeons, train and train and train and train in order to become a Buddha. It's not easy. So he went through many, many different lives, monkeys, birds, elephants, humans, and all sorts. So I think he has gone through the entire 6 realms and finally emerged as Siddhartha in his last life. So what is my point in telling you this? So the point I'm telling you this is that enlightenment and freedom from suffering is possible if you work hard. Sumedha worked very, very hard, and in his final life, even though he came in the body of an ordinary human being, but he was not ordinary anymore because he was a specialist, yeah? So it's like in this life, sometimes you see there are some geniuses, yeah. So, for example, those who can play the piano very well, even just one day you teach them and they can really play extremely well. Child prodigies, right? Some people who who are so well versed in math at the age of 3, right? And where did they get this from? From past lives. They have perfected their training in math, training in music, and they come back in this life and then they actually, continue. So that's exactly what happened to ascetic Sumedha, who eventually became Siddhartha. So Siddhartha also, for a few years, for the first 29 years, enjoyed his life because his father did not allow him to see old age, sickness, and death. So the father concealed all these and also did not allow him to see any monk, any sannyasi, any hermit. So the father actually blocked all these 4 things from the Buddha, from Siddhartha. And this child grew up very happily at first, but eventually, when your mind has been trained and trained and trained, you aspire to become a Buddha. Eventually, in this life, you'll go back to that. So there was a prophecy in his final life as Siddhartha by sage Asita, right? Asit Muni. What Asita said is that this child is going to become a Buddha. Whereas Acharya Kaundinya and the other Brahmins in the palace said this child might become a universal king, a Chakravarti Samrat, or a Buddha, which is a fully enlightened being. And King Shuddhodana, Samrat Shuddhodana, did not want his child to become a Buddha, right? Because they are a Kshatriya clan, yeah, because of that great desire to conquer the world. So the child, Siddhartha, was groomed to become a Kshatriya and to become a Chakravarti Samrat. So one lifetime of being groomed to become a Chakravarti Samrat, which is universal monarch, universal king, it was pale in comparison to the 3 aeons of training to become a Buddha. This is the reason why eventually Prince Siddhartha became a monk. He renounced his princely life, he renounced his wife, he renounced his child, he renounced his, he was the heir to the throne, he was a Yuvraj. Yuvraj means crown prince. And then he left the palace and came back 6 years later as a fully enlightened being, right? Of course. So this, what I'm trying to say is that there is a progression. It's not like you become enlightened in one day, but of course, there are ways for you not to wait 3 aeons, yeah, especially in the Vajrayana tradition. We say that one can achieve enlightenment in one single lifetime. But in order to achieve this, you had better go to the high lamas, not to me, yeah. I'm just here to tell you how it is roughly, basically, yeah. Okay, so now we are talking about adversities, isn't it? So can you imagine the difficulties that Prince Siddhartha had when he renounced, he cut his hair, right, at the Anoma River, and then he walked and walked and walked and walked barefoot. Remember, this prince has never walked barefoot before. That is adversity number 1. Hot. Adversity number 2, hot and cold. The thorns, the thick jungle, all the mosquitoes. And then sometimes you get food, sometimes you don't get food, no place to stay. And what kind of clothes you wear? Just the robes, yeah, of a sannyasi, of a hermit. These are adversities. Yeah? So if we talk about our adversities now that we face in life, I'm not trivializing anybody's adversities. We all, each and every human being, their life problems are the most pressing ones, yeah, are the worst in the world. Yeah, we know that. But somehow or other, I must bring you back to perspective. Yeah, if you look at things in perspective, you will understand how to bring things onto the path, how to bring your adversities, your difficulties onto the path. Okay, so this particular, Siddhartha, now he has become the ascetic Siddhartha. So what he did was he had to look for a teacher. So he went to look for a teacher. He went to Alar Kalam, yeah, and then he went, who taught him the first 4 stages of the dhyana, yeah, the jhanas. And then after that, he went to Udraka Ramaputta, who taught him the balance 4 stages, which is like complete 8 stages, right? Up to the level of perception and non-perception, neither perception nor non-perception. Yeah, but then again, after learning that, also Siddhartha did not become enlightened. And his teachers couldn't teach him anymore. So what he did was he actually decided, okay, maybe I should torture my body, right? Maybe I should do tapasya, very kathol tapasya, like for example, tapasya means like austerities, it's very, very difficult austerities, standing on one leg for months and months, going into the ice, cold water, diving inside there, not eating food until the end. Ascetic Siddhartha was only surviving on 1 grain of rice per day. And his body became scrawny like a skeleton. He was so emaciated that no one actually thought that he was human being anymore. He looked awful. And then those are the, when you talk about adversities, those are adversities, but you can argue that he brought it upon himself. That's where I want to also tell you that whatever adversities that we have in life, it's just like Siddhartha, the ascetic, he tortured his body. In the same way, we are also torturing our body and mind. You can say that he brought it upon himself. So are we. We are also bringing our adversities onto ourselves. But it's just that we do not know that we are creating those causes for suffering, right? So how? So we all sentient beings want happiness. Nobody wants suffering, right? If you go and ask anybody, you ask a cat, you even go to a cockroach also, you say, I'm going to take the broom and I'm going to finish you off, cockroach runs away. Even the flies run away, everybody runs away. No one wants to die, and no one wants to be harmed, no one wants pain. Everybody wants to live happily, peacefully, and flourish. Yeah, not only to survive, but to flourish. This is the basic aspiration of sentient beings. Even plants, which also we do not consider plants as sentient beings, because we argue that there's no sentience in them, right? Sentience means the ability to actually cognize, right? To put it simplistically. So even plants, they want to not only to survive. It's not like you just put a little bit of water every day and maybe you give a little bit of sun, voila, and then yes, that's it, the plant will survive. No, we have got to talk to the plant. We've got to, nourish the plant with, sometimes we say with, good vibes, so you can sing to the plant, you can make friends with the plant. Some people chant to the plant. Some people say prayers in front of the plant and the plant blossoms, yeah. So that goes to show that the basic aspiration for happiness is there in all living beings, not only sentient beings. All living beings want happiness. No one wants suffering. But then again, guess what? The things that we do day in and day out are exactly the opposite. So we do things that give us suffering, but we aspire for happiness. So there's a contradiction. So we want happiness, right? Happiness is here, right? But we do things that are bringing us to the opposite direction, suffering. So what do I mean by that? So if we want happiness, then we should learn not to harm other sentient beings. We have to keep our precepts, right? We cannot harm anyone. But the thing is that we are harming everybody else, and even especially ourselves, through our thoughts, our speech, and our actions, right? So we are actually harming. And some people will say that I'm very good. I haven't killed anybody, but you haven't killed anybody doesn't mean that you're not creating the causes of suffering. You do not need to wait until you kill somebody in order to understand that you're already creating causes of suffering. Some people will say that I don't steal, I don't kill, I don't do all these drugs and all this, so why am I still suffering? Okay, that's because we have something called the 10 virtuous actions, right? So the 10 virtuous actions, first, we have to understand the 10 unvirtuous actions. The 10 unvirtuous actions are what it's actually an extension of the 5 precepts, the things that we do wrong. So unvirtuous action number 1 is killing. Unvirtuous action number 2 is stealing. Unvirtuous action number 3 is having sexual misconduct. Unvirtuous action number 4 is lying. Unvirtuous action number 5 is harsh speech. Unvirtuous action number 6 is gossiping and slandering. Unvirtuous action number 7 is idle talk, gossiping, So I usually in Hindi, I always say it's faltu time waste talk. You know, it's it's a talk that is rubbish. Yeah, so we're just talking for the sake of talking. So the Buddha actually said, if you cannot improve upon the silence, then be quiet. You know? So if there's something important for you to say it. Otherwise, just remain quiet. So and then we have what? We have so jealousy. Yeah. So number 8 is actually covetousness. That means whatever others have, we want it too. So it's a greed. We want something, we grab. And then maliciousness. That means we don't like something. We have ill will against other people. We wish other people bad. So we push. And then the last one is wrong views. So if you can see, it is divided into 3. Killing, stealing, sexual misconduct are in the realm of our bodily actions. That one, usually people say, I don't kill, I don't steal, and I don't, I'm very faithful to my spouse. Yes. But what about the mouth? Yeah. So what kind of intention are you actually speaking? Do you speak the truth? Do you speak harsh words? Do you gossip and lie? Slander? Do you waste the time talking rubbish? So this is the realm of the speech. And then the realm of the mind is covetousness. That means thinking about what other people have and we must get it, So this is like a thought, a greed thought. And then maliciousness, ill will, pushing other people away. And that's mentally, yeah. So it's like you can never be happy for other people. You always want people to be in a miserable state so that you can be happy. Check up your thoughts, yeah. So, and then wrong views we do not understand and do not actually appreciate karma, cause and effect, all the other teachings, yeah, rebirth, etc. So the wrong views, we have got quite a lot of, explanation. So basically speaking, we might be okay with our bodily conduct, but are we okay with the mouth? And are we okay with our mind? People cannot see our minds, but it shows on the face, yeah? It definitely shows on the face. So we can say that as long as we are not enlightened, we are bound to transgress any of those 10 unvirtuous, and our precepts, yeah? We are bound to actually transgress them. So this is the first training. So the first training is actually to keep our morality. Keeping our morality, meaning that means we don't kill, we don't steal, we don't indulge in sexual misconduct, we remain faithful to our partner, and we don't harm other people's bodies here, like going out and sexually abusing others. So we don't tell lies, we don't have harsh speech, we don't gossip, slander, we don't waste time talking nonsense. And then we rejoice in fact, we rejoice in other people's enjoying, we are, rejoicing in other people's good fortune. Yeah, so if your neighbor comes in with a new Mercedes Benz, it's great, but the first thing we do is we always think that this person must have stolen, swindled some money. Why can't we always rejoice? Why can't we say that, great, this person has got a car, great, this person has got a house, great, this person has got all the riches in the world, fantastic, these people are performing better than us, our business rivals, fantastic, yeah, it's good, let them be, fantastic. And then having loving thoughts towards other beings. Like, for example, if we see somebody that we don't like, we always wish that person, sometimes people are so, careless in their thoughts that they wish somebody death and pain and destruction. That is the worst kind of mental thought. And we have to really check, all the time. We have to check. And then, of course, we have to learn the Dharma. Like now you're listening to the teachings and you will know what is the correct attitude to adopt, what is the correct view to adopt, what is the view that you have to discard. So right view, wrong view, you have to know, right? So that is the first training, the ethical training, right? So now when I say bringing adversities onto the path, so the Buddha, the ascetic Siddhartha also had adversities, right? So he was completely indulging in austerities that he almost died, So are we going to wait until we may not be so lucky? We indulge in all these negative thoughts, speech, and actions, and before we know it, we might not actually live to have a second chance. Yeah, because Siddhartha's merits were so great, there came a lady called Sujata, and then Sujata came and then she gave him And she said, now, actually, what's wrong with you? Why are you like almost like dead? Then he explained, in his weak state that I am doing this practice. And then she said, what good is the practice if you do not have any life left in you? What can you achieve? And he got it. He actually got it. So he ate the milk rice, which is traditionally, cooked on the day of enlightenment, like today, Buddha Purnima, we serve kheer. Yeah. So kheer is actually milk rice, the rice that was given by Sujata to give him some strength. And then after that, Siddhartha got enough energy and he managed to walk to the Niranjara river and then found a beautiful spot under the Bodhi tree. He did 3 circumambulation, 3 parikrama, and then he sat down there and then he started his meditation. So he was given a second chance, but not all of us have that kind of second chance, isn't it? Okay, so today we have a second chance. Fortunately, we are still alive to actually bring our adversities on the path. So whatever difficulties that we have, bringing it on the path, what does it mean? Let me show you. Bringing difficulties on the path means that we have 6 ways. Yeah, let me explain to you very. First, I would like everybody to put your back straight. Yeah. So now we have to practice. Okay. So you take your left hand, you block your left nostril, and then you breathe in with your right nostril. Put a smile on your face, the back straight. Breathing in, you tell yourself, breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out, in, out. Then we repeat the process, yeah, again. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out. In, out. And then both nostrils. So breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. So how do you do both nostrils? First, your fingers were this side, right? One finger like this. And then after that, you block it like this. And then after that, again like this. And then after that, again like this. But what about the both nostrils? Where are you supposed to put your hand? So your right hand over your left, and then you press both thumbs, yeah? And then you just smile. It's nothing special, just enjoying your breath. Okay, don't think that, we can think it's nice to know that we are actually mimicking the Buddha, but let us be more natural and enjoy the breath. So breathing in, you tell yourself, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. So your awareness is on your breath, okay? In, out. In. So we repeat the entire cycle, okay? So we block our left nostril and then breathe in through our right nostril, and our awareness, our mind must be at the tip of our nose, okay? So breathing in, we smile, we relax, yeah? Just make our body very relaxed, our shoulders relax, our face relax, smile, yeah? Yeah, and then don't have any burdens. Don't think that it's such a serious thing, just enjoy. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. And where is your awareness? On your nostril. How you feel that breath in, out. So breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out. In, out. And then both nostrils. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. And where's your mind? Your mind is here. Very simple. Wherever your mind has gone, gently bring it back to the breath. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. And all this time, just smile and relax, enjoy. So you see, adversities, yeah? We always think we are alone, isn't it? Adversities means difficulties, yeah? So we have difficulties. Oh, very difficult. It's true. Our life is very our lives are difficult because we make it difficult. How? Because number one, we think that we are lonely, we are alone, we have nobody to support us, and then we think that we cannot go on. But actually, if you really look at it, from the day that you're born until now, you have one best friend that never left you, never ever left you. But we never bother to look at our best friend. Now, who is that companion? Who is our friend who has traveled with us from the minute that we came out into this world, we were born, right? And until the moment we breathe our last, until the minute of our death, who is it who has been around? Some people say mama, some people say papa, right? Some people say doctor lah, don't know who lah, you know. So, well, they are with us until a certain time. And then we can say our spouse or our Dharma friends, our brothers and sisters, Dharma brothers and sisters, or our children. You know, these are the people that come and go, come and go. Maybe you talk about some nice things. Maybe somebody gave you something, put a talisman on your neck from the day you're born and until the day that you die, that same talisman is there. No, it's not a person and it's not a thing. It's your breath. So the moment you started crying your lungs out when you were born, at that time, oxygen entered your body, right? Your mind, yeah. Otherwise, you would be brain damaged by now. So thank your breath, yeah. So your breath is very important. From the moment you were born, you had this breath. So that's why now you have got to pranam your breath. So that's why we call it, in a way, it's pran, yeah, pranayama. But I always say pranam to your pranayama. So it's a pranam to your pran. So your pran is your life force, your breath energy, yeah. So here I'm teaching you how to do pranayama. Pran is your life force energy. We have neglected our life force energy. We've forgotten our breath. We always look for people, you know. Oh, I'm lonely. Oh, somebody must come and sit near me. Oh, I'm lonely. Oh, I'm scared. So then you on the TV. You know, there's always something else for you to do. You're always latching on to somebody. If you don't have anybody, you will switch on the TV. If you don't have the TV, you'll switch on your phone. If you don't have your phone, you will try to do something else, cook or something. You will do 101 things, but face your troubles. First thing is, if you want to bring your adversities onto the path, first thing, realize that you must face them. You must face your difficulties, right? So Siddhartha finally understood that his difficulties, first he had to understand what those difficulties are, what those difficulties were, and then once he understood, then he said, I'm going to look at those difficulties one by one. That means all those things that are going on in his mind that is causing him to suffer, because suffering comes from the mind, right? But how? So Siddhartha used this. And you too, today, on the day of enlightenment, you too are going to use this. So this is the main tool. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In. And we are going to do Kotikoti Pranam. That means we are going to do a lot of gratitude, a lot of respect. You know, we're going to pay respect and homage to our breath. Why? Because our breath has never left us. If our breath has left us, we will not be alive today, right? So our breath is so precious, so precious. And even if the whole world were to leave you, even if you're the last person on earth and you have no more money, you have no food, you have no friends, you have no more family, you have nothing, you still have this. As long as you have this human body, you will always have your breath, right? The day that you have no more breath, then this body is also not yours anymore, right? So what to do? Actually, the breath has been telling you, please look at me from the day you're born, but no. First, you are taught to walk. Then after that, we talk. Then after that, we talk. We never stop talking. And then the more we talk, we block our minds. We forget our breath. And then that's it. Then we become a slave to the samsara, a slave to the world. We go to school, we learn physics, math, we learn English, we learn Tibetan, we learn this, we learn Hindi, Punjabi, whatever it is, we learn. And then we go and work, and then we watch TV, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, all these things, Twitter, this, that, blah, 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 blah. We do everything. And no wonder we have difficulties, because we are not meant to be going outwards. We have been trained from the very beginning to actually look out, to see that our eyes must look outside, right? We always say we must look. That's why we got eyes, isn't it? People will say we are meant to look. But the moment you look, you are gaining imprints, right? You're actually getting imprints. The moment you hear, you're actually getting imprints. I tell you how you actually are trapping yourself in the suffering. When you look, you have a eye base. When you look, there's an object right there. When you look, that sense stimuli, that eye object, actually touches your eye base and awakens an eye consciousness. When you hear, your ear base touches the sound is actually the object, and this is the base. When the object, the sound touches your ears, ear consciousness arises, and then it processes. And then you start thinking about it, nice, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. You get all these feelings. If you go into a bazaar, you see things, so many things, you hear so many things, you feel so many things, you eat so many things. No wonder you are afflicted. That's why the mind is so much cluttered, right? And we can say that, oh no, it's because of COVID. Actually, because of lockdown, I am having all these adversities. So please teach me how to deal with my mind during lockdown, or when my business is down, or when my marriage fails. Hold on, all the problems at the end of the day arise from the same thing. Now let me tell you, because we have forgotten how to come back inside, we project our senses outside, right? So the COVID also, the reason why we all are suffering during the COVID time is because we want to go out. We want to go out. Our mind, our ears want to go out. Our eyes want to go out. Our legs want to go out. Our mouth wants to go out. Our nose wants to go out and grab. So that's why, and when the government says stay at home, cannot take it. Yeah? That's the time you have to look at your mind, right? But how can we look at our mind? Because we were too busy from the day we were born. We were actually projecting our senses outwards, out, grabbing. So that's the problem, right? Okay, then you say, no, my problem is not COVID. My problem is marriage problem. Same thing also. Marriage problem, when there's no longer the touch, the sensation that you want, there's no longer the feeling, there's no longer the sight. You cannot see that person anymore. You cannot hear that person anymore, because that person is outside. You are attached to somebody outside. Therefore you suffer. So then, no, you say, no, it's about my business. It's the same thing also. The business also, you want something, isn't it? The fact that you want something from outside, and something from outside always gives you suffering. So when you are facing all these adversities, what you can do? Come back to the breath. Number one, no matter where you are, if you're having a headache, if you're having heartache, if you're having body ache, whatever problem, straight away come back and do your pranayama first. Get back in touch with your breath, because your breath will bring you insight. So the way to bring adversities, difficulties onto the path is, first you have to recognize that your difficulties, your adversities are caused by grasping at things that are outside of you. Right? Because things that are outside of you are impermanent. They're always changing. So sometimes you get, sometimes you don't get. So when you don't get, you get angry. When you get, you want more. So then you're always projecting something outside. And therefore, you can never live in the present moment. Your life is always chasing after something. And by the time you know it, you have chased and chased. You have run. And then suddenly it's time to go. Bye-bye. It's death time, And then at that time, where are you going to go? Your senses shut down. When we die, our earth element dissolves. Earth element This eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, all these 5 elements are the earth. Yeah, Prithvi Tattva, the earth element. It just goes off. Then you can't hear anything, you can't see anything. But because we like to hear, we like to see, that's why we are scared to die. Because at that time it's not fun. We never practice. So it's like we don't know a life, which we do not recognize a life, which is actually apart from going out, projecting the senses outwards. So that's why death is very scary. Because then you cannot see, you cannot smell, you cannot feel, you cannot hear, you cannot eat, you cannot drink, there's nothing. So then what are you going to do? Then you have fear. Because I cannot enjoy anymore. The people, and then because the people that you're attached to are outside of you, they're outside. The things that you're attached to are outside. So then you wish, at that time you wish, if only I had come back to my breath, breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. And then the breath will say, aha, I told you I was with you the whole life, but you didn't look at me. You were busy looking at the whole world, but you forgot about me. And then the breath said, now it's too late. Now I'm going also. So when we die, first our earth element will go. Then our water element will go. Then our fire element will go. Lastly, our wind element will go. Then the breath also leaves you. Then where are you going to go? So as long as you're alive now, understand that your adversities, your difficulties are coming because you're projecting your senses outwards. That is the truth. Whether you like it or not, that is the truth. And then if you give me 100 different problems, you come and say, Venerable Karma, no, actually my problem is not going outside one. My problem is something different. I can 100% prove to you whatever problem that is all because of grasping at things that are outside using your 5 senses. But you say, I don't grasp at things outside. For me, I'm worried about my past. But so it's like, for me, it's like I miss certain things. I have got some childhood trauma. I've got something in my childhood. So it's not that I'm not projecting anything outwards now. So that's why now I want to explain to you the 4 thoughts, right? The 4 thoughts that keep you in samsara. Okay. Just now with your eye, ear, nose, tongue, and then your body, right? These 5 things create 2 kinds of thoughts. The first kind of thought is the thought of grabbing. I call it pulling. And pulling means attachment, desire, right? And the second kind of thought is if you don't like something that you see, hear, smell, taste, and touch, then you push it away. So that is called pushing. So it's pulling and pushing, pulling and pushing. So it's like you go crazy your whole life. Can you imagine? It's pulling, pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, pushing. So your breath has been telling you, stop this pulling, pushing, come back to me. No. You must pull and push, right? So the moment you go to your breath, that is the first time in your life that you will find freedom from the pulling and pushing. Even if it's just for 1 second, you're still finding that mental space. Mental space is very important, right? Number 2. Okay, that is the first set, pulling and pushing. I told you there are 4 thoughts. 2 done. And those 2 thoughts are related to your 5 sense bases. But there are another 2 thoughts that are related to your Manu Vinyanam, which means that it is your mind. It is your mind. So it is the 6th consciousness. The mind consciousness actually brings you back to the past, propels you to the future. So when you go back to the past, you're sad, you're guilty, and then you also have a certain kind of attachment to the past also. And then some people like me always worry about deadlines for my work. Oh, future. Oh, I've got to finish this. Oh, I've got to finish that. When I'm teaching you Dharma, also sometimes, oh my God, no, I've got a deadline tomorrow for my work, this and that. Yeah. So can you imagine your mind if you're not aware of all these thoughts that are going backwards, forward. Pulling, pushing. You go crazy. That's why people have mental health problems. Because once those things are not there, you suffer, right? If a person you love is not there, you suffer. If your business is not performing well, you suffer. Because your expectation is from outside. So if you learn how to go back inside, and then you don't rely too much on external world is enough to feed you and to give you a sort of a good foundation. Just enough. You're not too much grabbing. Right? As long as you are in this world, you still have to project your senses outwards because you have to work. I'm not saying that you shouldn't work. I'm not saying that you shouldn't eat or shouldn't smell anything. I'm just saying that when you eat, when you do all these kind of things, always ground your awareness in your breath. You can do it. Whether you're eating, talking, walking, sleeping, yeah, working, all these things, you can always be aware. You know what is going on in your mind, right? So the two things, so the four thoughts I've summarized: pulling, pushing, past, and future. And we are slaves to these thoughts, you know. Until the day you go back to your breath, these thoughts will torture you to such an extent that you might become crazy. Or you just die without ever doing anything meaningful with your life, without taming your mind. So the Buddha said, the teaching of the Buddha is do good, avoid evil, purify the mind. So when we do good, we say that, okay, I don't kill, I don't steal, all these are doing good. This is the sila. Very good. So if, avoid evil, yeah. So of course, like you don't do all the bad things, yeah, the killing, stealing, all the 10 unvirtuous actions. That's very good. No killing, right? No killing, no stealing, and then no sexual misconduct. All these very good unvirtuous actions. But those those things keep on coming back again. They keep on coming back again. No matter how much you try, you still cannot perfect your sila. Why? Because your mind is not trained. So that's why the Buddha said you must train your mind. So how to train the mind is you have to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. So breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out. So you must come back to your breath. The idea of doing the pranayama is first you stabilize your breath because you're so tortured. Your mind is so tortured. You're all over the place. So when you are having a tough time, your mind is messed up, you need an anchor. And this anchor is your breath. So come back to your breath. The breath is neutral. The breath doesn't irritate you. The breath doesn't stimulate your senses. The breath doesn't judge you. The breath is just breath. It's just wind, right? And it doesn't hurt you in any way. So that's why breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out, in, out. And then both nostrils, put your hand together, breathing in. I'm aware that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I'm aware that I'm breathing out. In, out, in, in. So when your mind, your awareness is on your nose, so you just try to stay as long as you feel comfortable. You realize that your mind is focused, your awareness is on your breath. That's it. And the reason why the breath is, I ask you to focus on your breath because your mind can only do one thing at one time. So if you're focusing on the breath, your senses, as your mind does not have the opportunity to go to the past, to the future, likes and dislikes. No way. Because your mind can only do one thing at a time, fortunately, yeah. So therefore, we are breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. And then all our conceptual thoughts just fizzle away. There's no concept of the past, no future, and you don't feel like grasping anymore. And after some time, if you're in a very deep state of samadhi, samadhi means very heightened concentration, you cannot even hear. Yeah, you don't even feel the body anymore because you're going into a very deep level of dhyana. So that is the idea. And when you are no longer a slave of your six sense bases, your che indriya, so then what happens is that you finally get in touch with your true nature of mind. You're going in and in so deep that you are, this outside world is very limited. The inside world is unlimited. It's boundless. But we are so attached to the outside world, and we're actually quite silly. The outside world, which is limited, we want it so much. But we never bother to look at the inside world, which is free. The breath is free, you don't have to pay for it. You go inside, you focus on the breath, slowly, you go in. And then after that, you slowly realize that your grasping just fizzles out. Stop grasping. You stop grasping. There's no more grasping at the past, no more grasping at the future, no more grasping at things that you like, no more pushing away things that you don't like. That is also a kind of grasping. Then you understand Pratitya Samutpada. Pratitya Samutpada, dependent origination, says that from ignorance arises karmas. From karmas arises consciousness. Consciousness arises Namarupa. Namarupa are the five skandhas. We are all made of these processes. We are made of the five elements. We are made of, our so-called human existence is just a process, right? But because of our ignorance, we think that there is an I, a truly existing I that's sitting here, and that's why we suffer. And this I wants to enjoy. This I has a past. This I has a future to something to do. This I has to listen, has to enjoy. This I hates. This I is attached. This I hates. This and me, myself, mine, all these ideas come about because of this notion of, because of ignorance, yeah? So ignorance is something which is the first link in the 12 links of dependent origination. And as we go further, we realize that we are only made out of these processes, and because of this five skandha, we end up having the six sense bases, and the six sense bases touches something like the sense objects, and then after that we start to have feelings, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, and then these feelings, after that we have attachment, like, dislike, and then from attachment we have that grasping, that clinging, as extreme likes and extreme dislikes. After that we create the causes for suffering. We are already in the cycle of suffering, and that's why we have adversities. It's all our mind. So what to do whenever you're messed up, as in like you're feeling very stressed, too many things, just always go back to your breath. Let your breath save you. Your breath has been there to save you since you were born. Don't ignore it. Yeah. Enjoy your breath. Breathing in, I'm aware that I'm breathing in, breathing out, I'm aware that breathing out. And then calm yourself down, and then fix your awareness on your breath. Slowly, the so-called subject, which is me observing the breath, and then the breath, which is the object, slowly, this to become one and non-dual. There's no difference between subject and object. And at that particular time, you are in a state where you're not grasping at anything. And at that state, some say we are in a state of blissful state of a true nature of mind. Yes, in a way, yes, because you are not, when you no longer grasp at something, you let go, then clarity comes, bliss comes, yeah? And this is not something that you look for, I want bliss. When you want bliss, you don't get it because you want it, yeah? When you stop grasping, just your job is just to focus on your breath without having any aspiration of, I want something. When that happens, automatically you are in a state of a balanced state, a neutral state, which is you're in the middle. So on this day, the Buddha discovered the dependent origination, the reason why. Other teachers of the Buddha's time, they said that we have the solutions for your sickness, for your suffering. The Buddha said everybody has solution for suffering, but I want to find the reason, the root of suffering, and the root of suffering is your ignorance, which projects a false I, and this false I wants to go and project its senses in different directions and forgets that actually we are just a process. When we come back to our body, we realize and we see those processes. And when you're in a very calm state of mind, then you have to do another homework. Not only just sit down there and enjoy the bliss. That was some shamatha meditation where you sit down and enjoy the bliss, you get concentration. Now you have to conjoin it with vipassana. Vipassana means looking deeply, okay? Looking deeply at what? Whatever thoughts that come, whatever sensations, the pain that come with your body, if you got a bodily pain, if you got a mental pain, if you got just ordinary thoughts, or you have got some sensations, hot, cold, all these things arise in the mind. And guess what? There is nothing in this world that truly exists. Everything exists depending on causes and conditions. Those thoughts, the body of ours, we are all just processes. There is nothing permanent for you to hold and grasp. So if there's nothing permanent, so your difficulty will not be permanent, isn't it? Your adversities will not be permanent. So this is the meaning of bringing the adversities onto the path. When you learn how to come back to your breath and stop projecting your senses outwards, you come back to the breath, you practice your shamatha meditation until you get samadhi. And after you're in a state of bliss and calm, serenity, then what you do is that you conjoin it with vipassana. What vipassana means? Looking at the thoughts that arise. Where do my thoughts come from? What is the quality? Can I hold the thoughts? What is the color of the thoughts? And then you just have to observe the thoughts. Don't follow the thoughts. Observe it. Don't follow it. Don't stop the thoughts. Just observe it as if you're watching TV. The thoughts will come, it will stay for a while, and then it will disappear. Everything in this world, if you care to look at the sky, you look at the plants, you look at the trees, you look at any phenomena in this world, you will realize that we are all the same. We are all of the nature of arising. We arise, that means utpan hona, then we stay for a while, and then after that, samapt, end, finish. And then we again and again. So the thoughts come again and again. The plants, the leaves come again and again, right? The wind, the rain comes again and again. It comes, it stays, it subsides. Once you understand this process of nature that is happening in your mind, your body has the same process, your mind has the same process, every element in nature has the same process, then you will have an understanding that you are nature and nature is you. Therefore, you, at the end of the day, all your adversities are actually not really existing. They exist because you want them to exist. You grasp at them, you create them, and if you don't want your difficulties, let go. And the difficulties will subside, and you understand that they were just a process, and you were tricked. Haha. Okay, so thank you so much. And if we have time for maybe a couple of questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. Anyone wants to ask any question? I have a comment there. I think these are from my sisters in India. Yes, sister, we are enjoying your such a great, awesome speech of Buddha Ti-Ratana. Okay, I have a question. How do you get over fear of dying? Very good question. Thank you for that. Stop projecting your senses during your lifetime. The reason why we are afraid to die is because we think that we are permanent. And because we have never ever thought of anything else other than the outside world as something which defines us, So because of the idea of permanence and the outside world defines us, when we are starting to lose our grip on outside world, that means the earth elements are already dissolving. We cease to be able to move properly. Our bones become weak. Our body becomes thin. Yeah. And then we cannot hear, we cannot see, we become, or if it happens very fast, then of course we won't fear, we just gone. Yeah. But if it happens gradually because of sickness or because of age, then you can see that you're actually losing grip on yourself. And because we thought that this self was autonomous, that there is a truly existing self, yeah, that was autonomous, meaning that it's not depending on anything, it's just arising on its own. Yeah, self-arisen has the feature of permanence, and it is not only autonomous, also it's also how to say unitary. Unitary means that it's not made up of parts. So we are actually made up of parts. We are actually processes made up of parts. Different things come together and then forms this so-called human being. But then this is just a process. Nowhere in this process that you can actually find an I. But we have lived with this notion of I for so long. That's why we fear losing this I at the end of the day. And this I is further magnified, yeah, by our projecting our senses outwards. So first thing is, if you don't want to fear when you die, I suggest that every day you'll do pranayama. 10. First, you start with 5 minutes. And when you start to be a little bit stable in your breathing, and do 10 minutes. Then after that, you can do 1 hour, 2 hours. Then you realize the benefit of going inwards. And then you're not so scared of going inwards. People are scared to go back to themselves. Don't talk about dying. I tell you, I know a lot of people who are living beings, fully alive, but they will do anything possible not to come back to themselves. They will, on the TV, they will shout, they will laugh, ha ha, he he, and then they will do everything. They project their senses outwards. They will eat. They will do everything, except come back in, because they don't like what they see inside. You know why? Because there's nothing to see. People who have a very strong sense of I are afraid of seeing nothing. And guess what? It's not about seeing something. It's about letting go. It's about stopping the heartache. So if you want to be free from heartache, then you must also understand that clinging to that false I is the root cause of your heartache, and that heartache continues until you die and beyond it. So at the moment of death, if you're still very attached to this so-called I and do not understand that it's just merely processes, causes and conditions, then you create the cause of suffering and of rebirth, and that's the whole thing. So your response, I'm so sorry. Your response to the fear of death helped answer my question on fear of loneliness. Exactly. I'm experiencing this due to emptiness syndrome. And your answer was to maintain a grip on yourself. How do you maintain a grip on yourself? First thing is, don't grip. Gripping means clinging. So the moment we grip anything, I know it's a figure of speech as an expression. That means you're maintaining your composure. I understand you very clearly, yeah? But the choice of words also is very interesting, isn't it? Maintaining a grip on ourselves. The moment we maintain a grip on ourselves, we're just strengthening the notion of I, me, myself, and I. And that's not going to do any good. So let me teach you something, okay? Let's go back to Vipassana. So if you are very afraid of loneliness, emptiness syndrome, that means everybody is out. But then again, you forget that you have got a best friend. Have you ever visited your best friend again? Unquestioningly, your breath has been with you, supporting you. And everybody else has left you one by one. Your childhood friends, your parents also not here in this world, children also all gone, and then your peers also, all over the place in this world. And then you're left with no one. Is it? Are you someone also? Actually, basically, you also are no one, right? There is no you. You also arise according to causes and conditions, which so-called appears as you. Okay, that one is very hardcore stuff. But you still have your breath, right? So make friends with your breath. We made friends with all the entities outside. We made friends with our parents, with our friends, with the external objects. That's why we have that fear of loneliness. because we cannot, that was actually a mere projection. Those people that were in our lives at some point in time were also mere projections only. They were not real. And neither are you real. Okay, even the breath is not real. The idea is not to cling to anything. We have this notion that, oh, my house maybe was full and now people have, one by one, I'm left alone. What am I going to do? When such fear arises, straight away bring your awareness back to your breath. The breath has never left you. Remember this, remember to be very grateful to your breath. And once you understand, and your breath can bring you into an inner universe which you never imagined. And this inner universe is free from pain, free from agony, free from heartache. But we refuse to go inside because we prefer to chase after the four thoughts of like, dislike, past, and future. So your loneliness is actually, in a way, reminiscing about the past that once was. That too actually is a negative karma. And the more you think such thoughts, the more you're going to go deeper and deeper into that abyss. So the idea is, when you go back to your breath, you're anchoring your mind, your awareness onto an object. You need an object, and the breath is a very beautiful neutral object that doesn't irritate your mind and doesn't create negative karma. And it's a very wholesome object also. There are other wholesome objects like Buddha statues and all, but I'm talking to a crowd of people who are Buddhist and non-Buddhist alike. Yeah, so neutral, everybody practice the breath easy, because the breath has been with you, and wherever you are, you're in the toilet, you're in the hospital, yeah, you're wherever you are, the breath is always with you. So this object follows you. So how can you say you're lonely when your best friend has always been with you? It's just that you refuse to look at it. And by refusing to look at it, or looking at it less and giving more importance to the external world, therefore we create our own causes of suffering, because the external world perpetuates these four thoughts of like, dislike, past, and future. Check your thoughts. People who are lonely, check your thoughts and see which among the four spheres, four thoughts, are you trapped in. And then come out of that trap by going back to your breath. So only you can save your own self. Am I making any sense? Okay, any other questions? So if you're afraid to die, if you're afraid of loneliness, make sure that you learn from now not to project your senses outwards too much. And when I'm not saying that you shouldn't live in this world. We live in a conventional world, we must live in it. But at the back of our minds, there's an awareness, there's a mindfulness that is always telling you to anchor your mind on the breath. No matter what you do, whether you're eating, you're working, you're sleeping, your mind is always anchored on the breath. And then your inner universe expands and opens up. And slowly, you will realize that this is the place you want to be. Because this place doesn't give you any pain. In fact, it liberates you. Because people give you pain. Circumstances give you pain, external things give you pain, because they are all compounded phenomena. And Buddha said that, all compounded phenomena are of the nature of impermanence. Strive on with diligence. This is what the Buddha said. And today is also the Mahaparinirvana Day. That was the last words of the Buddha. All compounded things, phenomena are subject to decay, impermanent. And one fine day we'll be left in the lurch all alone. But the Buddha says, strive on with diligence. What did he mean by strive on with diligence? That means continue your practice of sila, samadhi, and pragya, panya, right? So keep your basic precepts, and then the samadhi aspect is your meditation aspect, which is this one here. Breathing in, breathing out, you have to do it daily. These 3 trainings, you have to do it daily at the same time, all the time. And then that pragya is actually the looking at your thoughts. So when you're lonely, if you look at your breath and all, you're in a very blissful state, but still the loneliness doesn't go away, right? Those thoughts come, or the fear of death comes. So what you do is you look at that thought. What is that fear? Look at that thought and then just try to see, is it real? just look at it. Examine its nature. Examine its nature. Suddenly fear comes, and then pain comes, and then irritation comes, and then the fear suddenly disappears, and then suddenly happiness comes, and then suddenly something else comes in. You realize that your mind is just a process. The fear doesn't last, neither does the loneliness, neither does the happiness, neither does the sadness. Nothing lasts. These are all merely going up, down, up, down, up, down. It arises, it stays, it goes. Arises, it stays, it goes. One who understands the nature of the workings of the mind, and then just rest. Once you look at those thoughts arising, staying, and then ceasing, arising, staying, ceasing, then you understand that this is called impermanence, and this is called non-self. And the nature of the thought is dharmakaya, is empty. Is shunyata actually. The thought does not have a concrete existence. So therefore, there is no permanent loneliness. There is no such thing as loneliness. It's all a play of your mind. Your mind continues to trick you and you fall into the trap day in and day out. So if you practice Vipassana and you look at your own mind, look at how it arises. And then you penetrate into the thought and then you look at the nature of the thought. Can you grab it? Does it stay there enough for you to grab it? It just fizzles away. Everything fizzles away. That's it.
Venerable, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please, brother.
Thank you for your wonderful talk. You see, this loneliness, sometimes easier to talk about it than the person feeling it. In fact, in UK, there's a minister of loneliness for many years. And because one of the problems is that, of course, you can look at your breath, you can do mindfulness, but what happens if day in and day out, like now, even with this COVID, people who are alone, that they have nobody to talk to, nobody to visit them for days. And in fact, in UK, they find that, even for 2-3 weeks, even in this country now, I think it's getting that way, where people who are getting old and alone, there's nobody to talk to. And I think the other problem is, I think as aging goes for the older generation, is about sickness and the aging problem itself. So it's very difficult, I think, if you are all isolated and alone. So maybe
is this a
if
question
you can go into
or a
greater
statement?
detail about your breathing again so that we can catch it and practice it. Go into greater detail and how many breaths we must do, how we do it. So at least we have some weapons to overcome our loneliness and aging problems and adversity in life. Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you very much, brother. Yeah. Basically, loneliness is real. I'm definitely not downplaying loneliness, and I too am subject to it from time to time. Yeah, I do. Right. But then again, we must also understand that there are so many people in this world who are undergoing solitary retreat in the Himalayas, in wherever, they are in their kutis and all. They don't see people for 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. They have got this retreat. Some, after they finish the 3 years retreat, they go to 6 years retreat. Then after that, they go to 9 years retreat, they go to 12 years retreat, right? And they are happy and blissful being alone in their retreat without anyone to talk to. How? So they have actually, their living examples prove that we don't need companionship in order to be happy. That's number one misunderstanding, the misconception of our modern day. We think that we need, that's why I'm saying that we try your level best not to project your senses outwards. If you are overly reliant on a person to give you happiness, you're overly reliant on something external to give you happiness, you are going to end up miserable. Because everything external is of the nature of impermanence, and they are going to decay and they're going to drift away apart from you. That is something you must understand. So that's why the Buddha taught the 3 characteristics of dukkha. Everything is of the nature of suffering, yes, our existence. Number 2 is anicca, which is actually impermanence. We as Dhamma practitioners, first thing is you must understand that life, everything is impermanent. So we want to practice the Dharma, and yet we also don't want to acknowledge that things are impermanent. So we try our level best. We are practicing within a boundary that we are comfortable with. But actually, we can never be comfortable unless, we can never be confident unless we realize that we must address the uncomfortable. And the uncomfortable is the truth, is the satya, is nothing in this world lasts forever. So eventually one fine day you will be lonely. Yeah, circumstances will come that, you know, that you may or may not be lonely, but chances are you will be. And then what you're going to do. So for people who have always dismissed the idea of impermanence, who have clung on to the idea of permanence, and when impermanence strikes, COVID is an, you know, suddenly their life, whatever that they knew, completely goes off the track. So that was impermanence, you see, because the permanent lifestyle that we had last time suddenly was hit by impermanence in a very significant way. Then suddenly we realized that, oh, I'm done for. So from now onwards, we must always understand that everything in this world is impermanent. That's number one. And number two, you asked me about guidance about your breath, right? And you asked how long to do and how many breaths and all. That's not the point. The point is you come back to your breath whenever you can, whenever you're mindful, right? So you must increase your mindfulness day in and day out. When you eat, you must eat with mindfulness. That means you have to look at your breath, in breath, out breath, in breath, out breath, and then you eat. When you work also, you are with your breath. When you walk also, you're with your breath. When you talk also, you're with your breath. So your breath and you are never separate. So whatever the situation in life, if you can practice like that, then definitely you are going into your inner universe and you are slowly letting go of excessive attachment to the outside world. That is something that you need to do. It's not a matter of how much to do. I cannot tell you how much to do. It depends on your mindfulness. You must integrate this awareness of your breath in everything that you do. This is called smriti. This is called mindfulness. Yeah. So this is called sati in Pali. So it's very, very important to inculcate this mindfulness in everything that you do. And the day you start doing it, the moment you start doing it, you already start to have a freedom inside. And you must appreciate impermanence, right? So mindfulness leads you to slowly in samadhi. Now, don't think that you're supposed to be sitting down and doing these practices. Initially, yes, you sit down because we are not trained. So we need to sit down, breathe in, breathe out, do our pranayama. But that also, I cannot tell you how many breaths because it's entirely up to the quality of your mind. If your mind is very disturbed, do more. If your mind is clear, do less, right? So like that. So then after that, slowly, you can extend it to everything that you do. Brushing your teeth, walking, eating, drinking, working. And you are all the time aware. So we have this technique, yeah, that you're aware of. If you use your hand, put it on your heart center, you will find a middle dot. We call it a madhyam bindu. It's a middle dot. This middle dot is a middle point, yeah. And you rest there. You let go of all concepts of past, future, like, dislike, and you just rest in that. That there is, when you touch your heart chakra, there are a lot of emotions that come out. Once you let go of all these difficulties, the stress, the tension, slowly it starts to melt. Once it starts to melt, your heart center starts to soften, becomes soft. Then you are going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until you will reach a middle point. And this middle point is, I cannot tell you where it is. Only you know where your middle point is. And then you rest in that middle point. And daily you do it more and more. And then now when I'm talking to you also, I'm not saying that I'm 100% resting in my middle point, but I can talk to you, I can think, I can speak, yeah, I can move my hands, and at the same time, I am also resting in my middle, in mindfulness. It's possible. Yeah, and that makes your mind 100 times clearer. You are able to talk and you're able to rest at the same time, because this is actually the fundamental, the foundation of your being, the ground of your being. It's not a matter of how many breaths, it's not a matter of anything, how long you sit, but integrate it into your daily actions. That's very important. And then you must never forget to do Vipassana, because Vipassana will teach you how to understand that life, everything is impermanent. It's of the nature of arising, staying for a short while, and then ceasing. Until and unless we get that realization, we will always be clinging to we say, yeah, impermanent, I understand. But at the end of the day, we actually really don't understand. Yeah. So that is the thing. So let me summarize today. I think enough questions for today. Let me summarize. Okay. So today is the day that the Buddha was, the Prince Siddhartha was born. And then ascetic Siddhartha became enlightened. And then also the day that the Buddha attained Mahaparinirvana. Is such a great being. And without his compassionate teachings, the world would not have the idea of equality, diversity, and inclusiveness. As much as we think these values, these were not prevalent during the time of the Buddha. Yeah. So, but these are all nothing supernatural. It's not like it came from the heavens. It is just something that the Buddha discovered and told you, hey, you need to do this in order to be happy. That's it. The Buddha was not a god, not something supernatural. It's just a teacher teaching you how to live according to the laws of the universe. That's all. And the laws of the universe apply to everybody. Whether you're Muslim, you're Sikh, you're Hindu, the laws of the universe apply to you. So how to live within the laws of the universe? Ask the Buddha. The Buddha is just a very simple person teaching you the highest way of thinking. Simple living, high thinking. And I summarize that the Buddha discovered 4 noble truths. Life is suffering. And then the Buddha is special in the sense that instead of just prescribing things, remedies which do not address the root cause, the Buddha said, I'm going to find the root cause. And he found it. And the root cause is the desire. You want things, you want to grab. The moment you grab it, you remain in samsara. The moment you let go, you're going towards nirvana. So the Buddha said, the 3rd noble truth, the Buddha said, there is a way out. Yeah, we don't have to suffer permanently. There is a way out. And the 4th noble truth is the 3 trainings I taught you. Yeah, Sila, Samadhi, and Pragya, as dictated in the Noble Eightfold Path. So with this, I thank the organizers, Sister Vinita, Sister Karin, Sister Ho, and all, Bante, Himaloka, Reverend Ratana. I'm so sorry. I should have done Reverend Ratana first, but because I just looked at the time. I'm so sorry, Reverend. And also all my Dharma brothers and sisters in Sutta Dhamma School, the children, their parents, and all my brothers and sisters everywhere in this world, including my family in Punjab. So my greatest respect, deepest respect to all of you. May you be well and happy. Please do not think that I'm just preaching endlessly, but this is something for you to practice. And you don't have to believe what I say. You don't have to believe what the Buddha said. You just have to understand enough for you to practice and see whether it works for you. If it doesn't work for you, leave it. If it works for you, then practice it more. And then do yourself a favor. Just let go. And you will feel so much better. The idea is to stop clinging. Buddhism is all about stopping the clinging so that you finally realize reality. This is the teaching of the Buddha. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kama, for a very enlightening Dhamma talk. It is very important to be reminded that every one of us can one day become a Dhamma, become a Buddha, free from suffering and adversities. If we practice and keep Buddha precepts well, or in Dr. Kama's words, avoid the 10 unvirtuous acts and be mindful of the 4 senses. With that, we have come to an end of our Wesak celebration. We thank all our Sangha members, SDS staff, and volunteers who had contributed and made this Wesak a memorable event. To all our sponsors, thank you for your generous donation. Maha Sadhu. The school would like to invite all of you to a Dharma sharing by Dr. Sunam Wangmo on the greatest gift to give others. We encourage you to invite your children as there will be many games. It will be held on the 22nd May at 10 a.m. to 12 noon via Zoom. Once again, Ti-Ratana Sukadharma School wishes everyone great health and happiness always. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you, Venerable.
Can we very quickly do a very quick dedication of merits?
Thank you.
It's very
Yeah.
important. Yeah, just 2 minutes since we've already stayed this long. So that we do not lose all the merits that we have accumulated today. Let us all dedicate it to the welfare of all sentient beings. So I will chant in Tibetan. So the idea is for you to please dedicate it to all, yeah? All the beings of the 6 realms and those departed relatives and friends. Sunam diye thamje zepanye thupne nepe tanam phamje ne ke gana chi bala trupaye sepe sole dowa resho jampe pavo jitara ke pada kuntu zampo deyan deshe de da kunge jeso tablo je ke wa de da thamje rabto go dusum shepe ke wa thamje ke gwa gala chotu ngapa de dagi ke we tsawa de ku chan zapo je rabto go wa rege Kiwa kunto yanda lama dan rame chike pala lungcho jin sadan lamji yunten ramzo ne duje changi go panyo to sho sangi kusom nye pe jin labdan chinyi minjuru den pe jin labdan giten minji de pe jin la ki jitarang wa molam drupa resho palden sawe lama rimpoche dagi jiwo pe me de chula ka trin chimpo go ne jizunte kuson toki ngoto tsadu se paden la me nampara tharpala Kichik samyang lokta mi ki shin chize le para tumwe mu ki la me jinab sem la ju para shok la ma ku kam zang la solva de chotu ku tse ring la solva de chinle da shin ke la solva de la ma dan da wa me para jingi lo cha se wa dan chu chin shapa dan ji so ye ran ku shin so wa ye ke wa chun ze ta ge chi sa pa tam che zo pe jan chu che ngo wo jan chu sem cho rim po che ma ke pa nam ke ju che ke pa nyam pa me pa yang go ne kun tu pe wa re sho tu nye ta wa rim po che ma ke pa nam ke ju che ke pa nyam pa me pa yang go ne gun tu pe wa re sho nye ta wa rim po che ma ke pa nam ke ju che ke pa nyam pa me pa yang go ne gun tu pe wa re sho sarva papasya karanam kushala shopa sampadam Swachita Paryavadanam Etad Buddhanam Shasanam Tarakati Miram Dipo Maya Vashaya Budhudam Swapnam Cha Vidyuta Brahmcha Evam Trastavya Sanskritam Anena Punyena Tu Sarvadashitam Avapya nijitya cha dosha vidvisha jararujam mrityu mahomi sankulat samodhareyam bhavasakara jagata bhavatu sarvamangalam. Do good, avoid evil, purify the mind. This is the teachings of the Buddhas. This life is like a bubble, a dream, a mirage. Do not cling to it and let go. Yeah, there's nothing that is permanent or concrete. Everything arises depending on causes and conditions, and we are tricked into believing it as real. We dedicate this marriage to all sentient beings that they may be liberated from the ocean of birth, old age, sickness, and death. We dedicate it to perfect, complete awakening. May we become fully enlightened beings, Buddhas, to benefit numberless sentient beings. May all beings be happy. May all beings be happy. May all beings be happy. Sabbe sattva bhavantu sukhita. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, Chola. Thank you, Chola.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Welcome.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable.
Happy Sagadawa.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Venerable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
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 Thank you, Reverend.
So I will
Very good evening, everybody, and welcome to Ti-Ratana Buddhist Society. This Dhamma talk is organized by the Ti-Ratana Youth Buddhist Section, the youth division of Ti-Ratana Buddhist Society. Welcome to our Dhamma talk. Welcome, Bante Dr. Chandima. Bante?
Yeah. Do we have more people coming?
Good
Bante,
evening.
can
Good
you hear
evening,
me?
brother. Good evening, Bante.
Yeah, I can see. Are there any others?
I am unable to hear you.
Good evening. I can hear Bante. Rain, could you hear me, or could you hear Bante's voice?
Yeah, can you hear me? No.
Bante, I am unable to hear you.
Okay, let me plug in my mic. Yeah, it is.
Rain, could you hear me? Could you hear me? Uh-oh. It's all right. Let us try again.
How about now? Should be
Hello.
okay.
Bante, I still can't hear.
Take my phone.
You can hear me yet?
I keep my bag there. My hand.
Yeah, it should.
Hold
Yeah, on my
on.
side, it looks like that should be.
I need to figure out why I'm not able to hear.
I can hear you
Bante, this
both.
is Weekend. Good evening, Bante. Can you hear me, Bante?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perhaps it is Rain's audio
Do you hear me?
issue.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can hear both Rain.
I can hear both Rain and I can hear Bante.
Okay.
yes, I figured out why I couldn't hear. Okay, I can hear now.
Rain, you can hear both of us now.
Yes, I can hear both of you.
Excellent. Good evening, Rain. Good evening, Bante.
Good evening. I think we are already on live. I guess.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
we're
yes,
already live.
yes, we are already on live.
Yeah. So, anyways, can do some editing after. So, are there any more people joining here to stream out? Rain?
Not that I
Are there
know
more
of.
people joining?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay. So then let's get started, right?
All right.
I think you are in the temple, right?
Yes, I'm in the
Right.
temple.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's pay homage to Buddha 3 times and then start talk. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Rain, probably you can mute your microphone. Yeah. Do you want to do an intro before, Rain?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Most people don't know who I am. I'm not a big person, but okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me just open my script. I'm sorry, let me open my script. So, Bhante Dr. Chandima is a senior advisor to Patisota. Patisota is a virtual Dharma organization that helps beginners and expert students in learning the Dharma in a variety of ways. The website link is patisota.blogspot.com. Many people are interested in Dharma Pariyasana, Patisota's most acclaimed interview series, which Bhante conducts on a regular basis. Bhante also does sutta discussions with Ti-Ratana Buddhist Society, the Klang branch, Ti-Ratana Vihara, every Friday night. In 2015, Bhante Dr. Chandima earned a PhD in Buddhist Studies from the University of Sri Jayawardenepura in Sri Lanka. From 2012 to 2016, he served as Theravada Buddhist chaplain at the University of British Columbia, Vancouver in Canada, and in 2016 was a research fellow at the Centre for Studies in Religion and Society of the University of Victoria, British Columbia. So we welcome Bhante Dr. Chandima to talk about how Buddhism benefits mental health.
Thank you, Rain. And I can see one participant, Ka, over here. I guess others should be watching on YouTube, probably on Facebook. So, dear Dhamma friends, I'm happy to give a talk to all of you, in particular on the Wesak day. As you can know that Vesak full moon Poe day changes here and there because of the lunar, movements according to the calendar. But it was this kind of a day that helped Prince Siddhartha to be born, and then the ascetic Siddhartha to become the full Buddha, and then the Shakyamuni Buddha to pass away. So these three events always fall on full moon 480, and I don't think that it's a new thing to all of you. So when I was asked what kind of a topic I could talk to the youth, I was then thinking about a topic that can benefit many of you. It is none other than the mental health. So how Buddhism benefits mental health. Now, mental health is a very interesting and very popular topic among many. Now, sometimes back, there was this notion came in the West that people who supposed to see a psychologist or psychotherapist, probably a psychiatric person, they were considering Buddhist meditation as a low-cost alternative. Now, that's in a way good for new people, but I think you can't replace a psychologist or psychiatric person or a psychotherapist with just a meditation, because you should definitely have a proper diagnosis with an expert. I would say a professional. But anyways, the idea that they regardless of whether they want to look for a low cost alternative or not, the idea of looking for Buddhist teachings for their mental problems or mental well-being is a good motive. It's a good move. That's very interesting, because not even in the West, but also in the East, meditation is a very normal practice. But I see in the East, like all of us have been raised to practice meditation at a serious point. Like whenever we do serious meditation, or whenever we want to be serious meditators only, we want to practice certain meditations. But in the West, anybody who wants to recognize them being as Buddhist, they say, I'm a Buddhist. Okay, what's your practice? I meditate. That's the only way that they define themselves. They don't do many things. I'm not saying this is better than the other one. So the way how they have taken the Buddhist meditation, and how the Buddhist meditation has impacted or maybe has been used, practiced by the Eastern, I would say, the countries where the Buddhism was originated seem to be different. So the thing here that we need to discuss is, can Buddhism really help anyone who is having some issues, problems with mental health? Now let's keep that in a kind of a corner of our discussion. In the meantime, let's look at this well-being part. Now, well-being is the most important thing that we all need to have in our daily life. Now, this well-being is mainly mental and physical well-being, physical and mental. Now, it's the well-being of our emotional, psychological, social well-being that we need to understand by this broader perspective of well-being. Now, if our emotions are not working properly, I would say if our emotions are giving us a hard time, if our psychological, I would say, moods, aspects, whatever the things with the mind go haywire, I would say, do not work in the way that we would like to be in. And if we mess up with our social circles, even within our family, we don't talk properly to our family members, we don't have a good connection with our family members, and neighbors and others, colleagues, so then that's a social problem with the well-being. So if the emotions and thoughts plus the social life getting messed up, that definitely means that we have a problem with our mental health. Now, up to certain time, even the WHO, World Health Organization, also label and categorize in their description that health is the absence of physical problems, physical sicknesses. But then this was a long time ago, but I think it was not actually defined at the time that they defined first. They said that health is the absence of both physical and mental illnesses. Now we understand mental and physical, they both play the role of this well-being. So this is why this topic is such interesting, and we have to look at how does Buddhism teach us to overcome any issues with regard to our emotions, thoughts, and our social life. It's a very an important topic to talk today, because today is the day the Buddha, I would say ascetic Siddhartha, found out his freedom, liberation. Everything in Buddhism is psychological, is mind-based, because even the transformation from an unenlightened being into enlightened being is a transformation of the mind. Now, in the West, we say there is the mind, but in Buddhism, we say there are minds. If you touch basic Abhidhamma, you can see that there are a lot of minds. Minds with lobha, minds with alobha, dosa, adosa, moha, amoha. So the first thing that we have to understand is that all these issues, if we take emotional problems, psychological problems, and social problems, they arise in a mismanagement of our mind. It's a mismanagement. That is what all these issues arise. So then we need to manage our emotions, mind, and but in particular thoughts, in particular our social life. So this is how we have to look at it, because the way how we feel, the way how we think, and the way how we react, respond, or act upon those thoughts, emotions is very important. That's where this mental health lies. Now, how can we understand the mind part? Now, probably I can have a bit of a discussion with our friend here. That's why he's here. And I want to know whether I pronounce your name properly. Are you Carl?
Bande? Bande, my
Are
name
you-
is Wei Ken. You can call me Wei Ken. Bande.
Waken.
Yes, Wei Ken. Or you can call me
Yeah,
Ken
thank
if
you.
it's easier for you.
Well, I can actually call you as Waken. So
Yes, Wei Ken work.
thank
Yep.
you for being here. Uh, what do you think about mental health in terms of Buddhist practice in the first place?
All right.
Any thoughts
Thank you.
about that? Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the question, Bhante. Good evening, brothers and sisters. For those who are watching, good evening, Bhante. Good evening, Brother Rain. All right. I'm glad to be here with all of you, and happy Wesak Day once again to our fellow Buddhist devotees and Buddhist practitioners who are rejoicing in today's meaningful event. I think Bhante said it very well. Today is especially significant as we explore this topic of mental health, because today is the day the Buddha attained liberation or discovered his liberation from the mental afflictions and the mental impurities. I think Bhante asked a quite a broad question, right? What do I think about mental health with Buddhist practice? I do agree that nowadays it's more and more pertinent. It's more and more common for people to refer to Buddhist practice or look into Buddhist teachings in order to discover some valuable ideas and insights for mental health, right? For mental health treatment or for some of the mental health problems that they might be facing. For me, one of the important ideas or teachings from the Buddha that is very relevant for mental health is the teaching of dukkha, right? Suffering, commonly translated as suffering, right? So the Buddha's teaching on dukkha it covers a broad spectrum of experiences in the human life, right, or in the human experiences, including mental and physical suffering and pain. And therefore, I think when we look into how the Buddha analyzed the different causes of dukkha, we can start to diagnose and analyze our own experience and the causes of our suffering. I'll pause there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Yeah,
whether Bhante is looking for a
that's
longer answer.
certainly a
Yep, I'll
good
pause there.
point to discuss. Why this mental pain, mental suffering uh, arises. So that's what the Buddha actually found out with his liberation, and he said that it is a mismanagement. Especially, it is because of the greed. That's the main thing. We call it craving. So craving is the main reason of many problems. But we all have likes and dislikes, and there's no problem with the likes and dislikes. Let's say I like this one, I like this thing, and I dislike, let's say we don't expect a snake coming to the room because we all dislike that part. We don't like certain things happen. We don't like uh, a person who is corrupted to govern a country, right? There's this dislike in a nice way. But the problem is people, they when they are mismanaged, what happens is that when they develop likings to further levels, then they get up to craving. I would say this is something called like covetousness. And when they develop dislikings, then what happens, they will take it to ill will. Now these are issues. So that's one of the main things that we have to understand. And then the Buddha said that craving is the fundamental reason for all the suffering. What kind of suffering that people go through on a daily basis? Now we can see that the world has been revolutionizing with a lot of things. Like here we talk each other on internet. In 21st century, we talk Dhamma on the internet at this point with couple people. More people are watching in the backstage. Now, the thing is that the more the materialistic perspectives are actually growing, probably for the sake of good, probably for the sake of bad, then the more mental problems are likely to arise. Because let's say it's more about how many people can enjoy, how many people can possess, this ownership thing. That's why the Buddha said, "Yam pichang nalabati tampi dukkha." So one of the very popular type of, like, very general type of suffering is that people don't get what they want. Yam pichang, so they like something. Nalabati, it's a tampi dukkha. So they don't get what they like, but some people get what they like. The Buddha said that this is mainly a suffering, but the Buddha didn't say that you should not like things and people. it's okay, but you have to have your management in that. But certainly it's a suffering. And he said that Sankittena Panchapadana Kanda Dukkha in his first Dhamma talk, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, which means, in short, clinging to aggregates, which means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, which means for the Rupa part, I would say the body. Vedana means feelings. Sanya means perception. Sankara means formations. Vijnana means mind. So when somebody clings to these five, then there is suffering. Now it's very easy to define here. Now, whenever you attach to your body too much, whenever you attach your feelings too much, let's say I don't feel comfortable, right? and you are so much attached, you are so much clung, so that you expect different things to happen, but they don't happen. Such things don't happen. You won't have the opportunity for some reasons. So then the Buddha says, this is the problem. You are clinging, you are clung. And then what about the perceptions? So perceptions happen whenever you note something for the past, something for the future. So you are looking at these 2 times with something, with a knot. Let's say you note something, and then for the past and for the future, but things don't happen the way that you perceived. And then sankhara means the good karma, bad karma, and all that. So because of these good karma, bad karma, we are in a sansara. We are in a very I would say indefinite kind of a wandering sansaric life. And then vijnana means our consciousness. So if you are clung to your consciousness also, that's one of the reasons of why this suffering exists. Then somebody can argue, then why do we then we can't do anything actually at all. It's not that way how we need to look at it. The Buddha said that we need to balance out these aspects in our life, not too much, not too less, and there is our happiness. And then adding up to that thing, Buddha clearly shared with us a kind of a standardized practice for this balancing out part. That is what you call by the middle path, the Noble Eightfold Path. So that's the clearer path to balance out this issue. Now, in that Noble Eightfold Path, we see that there are 8 components that we need to practice. But please keep in mind that we need to practice all components, simultaneously as much as we can. Now the first thing where you can find out your happiness is that you need to have what you call right view, samadhi. Now this is very important. If our view is ignorant, if it does not have any clear elements, then whatever the things happen after that, with that thinking, with that perspective, will give us a hard time. Let's say I view something in an ignorant way, or a person, or a phenomenon, then everything else happens after that with that ignorant context. That's why the most important thing in this balancing out path is samadhi. We need to have this wholesome, I would say, right view. So when you have right view, at least you know that this is the right view. Then you can distinguish the bad from the good from the bad. So then you are continuing in that path, because you need to first practice each separately, and then to practice simultaneously. Samadhi, Samma Sankappa. Samma Sankappa means right intention. So in order for us to continue our path with right view, or would say wholesome view, we need to have proper intentions, right intentions. This is very interesting for mental health, because if you spend the day with so much greedy thoughts, so much I would say killing, destroying thoughts, afflicting thoughts of other people, those are killing your mental health, those are killing your mental well-being. So the Buddha said you need to practice 3 types of specific thoughts. We call them Nekkamma Sankappa, thoughts of renunciation, letting go. The more you let go, the happier you are, because people attach so much to certain things and people. But although you are leading a life with sensual pleasures, but you can practice this space of letting go. It doesn't harm, because you are not too much controlling and then manipulating other people, but you understand that there is happiness with the sensual pleasures. So the first type of intentions is that you practice intentions on renunciation or letting go. Then the second type of intentions is avyapada sankappa. Avyapada sankappa means that you practice intentions on not harming not killing other people. Now, how many people are there in this society who are carrying thoughts to destroy other folks? Uh, so, so that's, Rain, I see a question. Probably I can get to that point somewhere in the discussion, okay? Just spotlight the question later, or probably you can put it under the chat. So now the second type is intentions of not killing. That means saving other folks, other beings. That's the second type of good intentions for mental health. And third type is intentions on taking care. I would say not harming, but not, the second one is killing, but it's not harming. So when you have these types of intentions, you are really taking care of your mental health. Now, there are a lot of folks who really having a hard time with these thoughts. They have intentions on destroying and then possessing a lot of things, and then they want to get out of the problem, the mental health problem. So that's why the Buddha said, whenever you have all these intentions, you can't ever expect your mental health goes well. And then the third component in the balancing out path, which is called by Noble Eightfold Path, is Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha. Your speech makes up a lot. You need to speak properly. You need to speak words that are not lies, words that don't carry tales, words that are really pleasing, charming to others, words that are not a part of gossiping or idle chatting. I don't want to actually go one by one because of the time constraint. So these are the proper words that we need to practice for mental health. If you ever use this kind of word on a daily basis, you will struggle a lot. You will struggle yourself, you struggle from other people, right? And then Samma Kammanta, the next one, which means that you need to do a certain job or an activity that has no killing, no stealing, no misbehavior. It also helps us to stay on to our mental health. Then Samma Ajiva. Samma Ajiva means the nature of our living. Now, whenever you do a job, you might probably not look at the aspects of swindling, cheating, I would say, manipulating other people to get some money, more money, extra money, and all that. So the Buddha said that you need to be honest and really not harmful towards other people. That should be the nature of your working, whatever the living that you are having for your life. That's also a good part of our mental health. Because let's say you are working in a company, you are always trying to dominate others, try to control others, and your mental health is bad, and then you are creating a bad mental health in other people's too, who are working for you, working for the company. So that is connected. Samma Ajiva. Samma Vayama, that means Samma Ajiva means right living. Samma Vayama means what do you say, right effort. Now, energy is very important in Buddhism. Now, even to stay on to our mental health, we need to balance out our energy. Now, say for instance, you might be very energetic on one day, probably on May 15 today because of the Wesak day. But May 16 is another day, that's tomorrow. But if you run out of your patience, then that means you are not managing yourself very well. That means the Buddha said energy is always fluctuating. So the key to manage energy is to understand what kind of energy I need to keep having on every day, daily basis. Because when somebody says something different to you, and then when somebody says something good to you, or whatever the changes, fluctuations happen within and beyond of you, what happens is that your energy is reacting, responding to those phenomena. That's why the Buddha said that energy has to be managed properly. The Buddha said we need to use our energy in 4 ways under Samma Vayama, right effort. We need to use energy to do good karmas which we have not done in our life. We need to use good energy for good karmas, good things that we don't have, we have, but we need to develop them. Second one. The third one is we need to use our energy to put down the bad stuff that we already have. We need to use our energy not to let non-existing bad habit that we don't have at the moment to come into our life. Let's say you're not jealous, you don't want jealousy to come into your life. You to put effort for that. So there are 4 ways in this context to use our energy. That's how you're going to balance out your energy for mental health. Then Samma Sati, that means right mindfulness. I would say wholesome mindfulness. Why there is a wrong mindfulness? A lot of people say mindfulness in whatever the way good. But why there is a wrong mindfulness? The reason is that at the Buddha's time, people try to be mindful not to attain Nibbana, but just to feel happy, feel good. It happens, right? There are a lot of ways people try to be good, try to feel what do you call, find the bliss. That's the proper word, bliss. That's it. But unfortunately, if you do not try to navigate your mindfulness towards Nibbana, as the Buddha says, the Samam Bonam, the greatest objective of Buddhism, then you may have a chance to come back to normal mental layers. So if you want to find the permanent, what you call the mental bliss, that is to attain Nibbana. So that's why the Buddha said there is right mindfulness and wrong mindfulness. So this is the practice of jhanas, actually, first 4 jhanas. And Samma Samadhi means right concentration. That means we need to be able to concentrate our mind depending on the wholesome things. Now you can focus your mind on even unwholesome stuff. Somebody can say, I'm listening to a song, my mind is focused. That is not Samma Samadhi. That is just focusing. Samma Samadhi means your mind gets concentrated because of a wholesome thing. Now, when you listen to a song, you have desires. It's okay. I mean, that's just on a secular level. But according to the practice, your mind should be concentrated on a wholesome purpose. So now here you know that there are 8. Now these are not new to all of you, but I just wanted to go over one by one to show the mental health elements of these 8. Right? I think so far you already know these 8 as a blanket teaching. But this is not a blanket teaching. These 8 have the elements for us to practice for mental health. So this is one very big aspect to practice Buddhism for our mental health. Second is the practice of Sila Samadhi Panya. What is Sila Samadhi? Now, when you approach a monk or a professional who can really advise you, they always say you need to start your mental health practice from Sila, then Samadhi, then Panya. Why is it? Now, you can't go to a university without going to a high school, right? I don't know whether somebody can, jump into those things pretty fast. But normally you can't. In the same way, in Buddhism, one has to start from Sila. Sila means morality. I think, Rain, we already did a kind of a discussion about it according to some of the requests before, right? I gave a couple talks about Sila here. So we start with Sila. Now on Wesak full moon day, a lot of people, they took precepts, 8 precepts. Other than the 8 precepts, you already take 5 precepts every day, like the usual 5 precepts. Then whenever you keep your precepts, then you are able to practice your meditation properly. Because whenever you keep your precepts well, that means you are able to concentrate faster than somebody who do not practice. Whenever your mind is concentrated, that's the time your wisdom arises. Your wisdom arises because of the concentration. So this is another very important facet or aspect of the mental health in Buddhism. Okay, that's very important. And I wanted to get others to discuss. I mean, here we have Wei Kin, and we got another question also. So I try to pinpoint a couple of things, and then we'll go for the discussion. Now, the third very important thing here is now the mental health problems that people always have in today's world. Now, if you look at the problems that many people have, let's say a compulsion to eating. Now, this is a mental health problem, right? What do you call by that? Overeating. So I have a problem. Somebody can say, I have a problem. I overeat. Then in psychology, they say, what do you call obsessive compulsive kind of a disorder. Obsessive compulsive eating disorder. Actually, I wrote an article about it some time ago. Now, the thing here is that now the Buddha says, I don't care about what food you eat. The Buddha says, the idea is, I don't care what food you eat because people live in different parts of the world. But I care about the quantity of your food that you consume. That's true, right? So we need to really eat in moderation. Now, people who have this obsessive compulsive order towards food, they are actually they are not eating to what they really want, but they are actually eating just because they think that they want to eat. There's no need for them to eat. It's kind of an emotional eating. Now, recently with the COVID restrictions, many people they started working from home, and then what happened was that people were very happy they can actually reunite with their family for a long time on a daily basis. But on the other hand, there were some cons too. One of the cons was disadvantages was that they were really working from home, and then the fridge was next to them, so they open it and eat stuff and come back work, eat work. So they were actually eating a lot because the stress went their way, right? So this is one issue. That means addiction to different things. I would say the food, other things, even alcohol and others. And the other thing I would like to say, I can actually pinpoint one particular mental health issue. Let's say a bunch of mental health issues where people are saying or kind of like opening up to a doctor or a monastic that I can get rid of this issue. I'm so addicted to that thing. So this is the kind of the mostly said statement by many when they wanted to discuss a mental health problem. Now, the answer to this question from Buddhist point of view is that one has to have a self introspection about one's life, because we have to understand we need to take care of us, not because we are letting other things, I would say food and other people outside from outside the bodies, can actually control us. So we should be able to take care of us. We call it self-care, self-introspection and all that. Now it's very interesting because if people do not care about their life in the first place, not being very selfish, but I would say now there are people who are not cared about themselves at all. They only think about others for some reason. That's also not a good thing. Then what happened? Other people drain that person's energy, right? So don't be selfish, don't be too altruistic. And there are people who are not even caring themselves or others. Actually, that's even worse. Always try to take care of you and take care of others. So that's the context. So when you have a life like that, then you care enough of your life. Now, even another mental health problem, I would say, taking life, committing suicide. Why do some people think that they want to end their life? Because they think that there's nothing that somebody can discuss about their life. There's nobody can help them. But actually, it's not like that. If they can open up, that's what we need to teach even our kids, young people, anybody, that There are many people, the right people, who can listen to you. If you decide that your life is finished up, that's not a proper decision. There's always a discussion that is pending from other folks if you really want that to happen. And on the other hand, do not ever think that your life is finished. You got this life uh, with so much hardship because of a very, very good karma from a past life. Never ever let this happen with a death. So the thing here is that this mental health problem called committing suicide or taking life always happens when people don't care enough. That means, although in common society people say this one is very selfish, he or she is selfish, but we need a bit of, at least a bit of care. When this care doesn't happen properly, that is where people decide everything is done, finished. Now I'm gonna go towards this path, right? So these three aspects. Now, on one side, Eightfold Noble Path as the path that we need to practice for mental health, and then in general, Sila Samadhi Panya, what you call by virtue, morality, concentration, and wisdom path. That's the main framework of our practice. And then the contemporary mental health issues and how they arise and what are their issues and why do many people consider them to be mental health issues, and what's the Buddhist position about it. So these are the three main aspects that we can talk today. And I think I like to know what Weekend wanted to share with us about. Probably you can share one aspect in the first place.
All right, cool. All right, thank you, Bante. Thank you, Bante, for the very illuminating sharing and illuminating talk. I found it quite helpful to look into these three aspects of Buddhist practice for our mental health. So there is the idea of there's the teaching on the Noble Eightfold Path, the 8 components, and then there is the framework of Sila, Samadhi, Panya, and then there is the practice of self-introspection, right? The practice of self-reflection and directing that self-reflection towards the various mental health issues in our life. So there are a few things that I found interesting in Bante's sharing. So I like how Bante talked about the idea of minds in the Abhidhamma. There is not just one mind. There is multiple states of consciousness, right? There's multiple chittas, right? There's lobha, dosa, and so on. So there's this idea of multiple minds in Abhidhamma, and we're taught by the Buddha to observe, the arising and passing, the arising and perishing of these mental states, of these states of consciousness. I find that quite a helpful perspective. Sometimes we feel like we have a conflicted personality, or sometimes the certain aspects of our character are in tension. We feel like I'm not just one single person. There are multiple characteristics or multiple personalities, so to speak, that go on in tension or in conflict within us. Sometimes we want to make a decision, but we're not sure. Sometimes we want to make different choices, and so the idea of those experiences in our lives kind of point towards this idea of multiple minds, so to speak. And we have to learn to observe them and learn to practice this self-introspection, to watch our mind more closely, to see the arising, the conditions for the arising of mental states. I find that quite helpful in the beginning. And then Bante also spoke about wrong mindfulness. I find that really, really insightful. Sometimes many of us are not directing mindfulness in the right way. Sometimes we want to be stuck, right, in states of bliss, in states of just being happy without inclining the mind or directing the mind towards nibbana. I find that quite helpful. And one more thing Bante said is about energy. I like this idea of energy because sometimes our motivation or our momentum in our practice really wavers. Bante mentioned maybe today on Wesak Day, on 15th of May, we feel a lot of motivation, we feel a lot of energy. We want to develop kindness, we want to develop generosity, we do dana and so on. And then maybe on other days, we don't feel a very high energy or a very strong momentum. I think that's quite helpful for us to examine our patterns, to examine the patterns of our lifestyle, and to examine maybe the trends or the flow of our energy. It is true, some days I wake up, I realize that oh, I'm full of motivation. And some days I wake up, I think it's not. I don't even feel like getting up right from the bed. And maybe mental health is the struggle with mental health is sometimes this sort of experience. If we feel the emotions or the states of anxiety or depression, sometimes it could feel like that. It feels like there's a low state of energy in the mind. You feel like there's no motivation to do what you think is important to do. I think those are experiences that many of us could relate to. Yeah. And finally, I guess one last thought for now. One last thought is about the idea of addiction. Bante mentioned nowadays when many of us struggle with mental health, we bring up this word addiction. I really like this. I really like this sutta where the Buddha talked about how people generate conflict, or how people get entangled in conflict. Like, why do lay people fight with lay people, and why do samanas and brahmanas fight with, why do contemplatives fight with contemplatives? And the Buddha gave a very, very good reason. So he said, I think this is in the Anguttara Nikaya, I believe, the Aramadanda Sutta, right? So the Buddha said, lay people fight with lay people because of addiction to sensual pleasures, attachment to sensual pleasures. And then ascetics and Brahmins, Samanas and Brahmanas, they fight with Samanas and Brahmanas because of addiction to views. So maybe this is my thought for now, sharing about these two things. Many of us, as me included, right, we struggle with this attachment or addiction to sensual pleasures and to views, and this gives rise to a lot of anxiety. So I'll share two experiences with respect to these two addictions, right? So on the side of addiction to sensual pleasures, sometimes there's a lot of anxiety caused in the mind when we want to pursue sensual pleasures and we cannot get them and we are not satisfied, right? Sometimes we actually get what we wanted and then we feel disappointed, right? Just now Bante was also talking about dukkha, right? Not getting what we want. I love that sutta, right? How the Buddha defined dukkha. Not getting what we want is dukkha, and getting what we don't wish for is dukkha, right? So there's the anxiety inherent in this pursuit
I'm
of
going to
sensual
interrupt you
pleasure.
actually. Even getting what we want is also end up sometime with dukkha.
Exactly. Yes, you're
Not
right,
apparently,
Bante.
but on the surface level. Yeah. Yeah. Please go
There,
ahead.
there are times when I get what I want, and then I feel kind of, I wonder, like, is that it? Like, is that all? I feel like a kind of emptiness or a kind of disappointment, like I realized that, maybe there's something more to this. Maybe it's not really what I expected it to be. That kind of mismatch in expectations sometimes leads me to wonder, is getting what I want really, really the key to happiness? Yeah, sometimes I get that as well. I mean, that's a really good point. So that's addiction to sensual pleasures. And for addiction to views, we sometimes get caught up in our own perspective without being able to see the bigger picture, especially in terms of like decision making, in terms of uh, pursuing our life goals, or in terms of discussing ideas and points of view with our friends, our colleagues, and so on. In times of decision making, it can sometimes get very stressful or very depressing because of this addiction to views and the difficulty to break free of that limiting or that limited perspective. So that's also a struggle that I sometimes experience. So perhaps maybe Rain or Bante, if you have any comments on
Yeah, I think.
these points that I've raised. Yeah.
Thank you, Wekin. I think another interesting point in that sutta, where the lay people, they are addicted to sensual pleasures. That's why they are actually struggling. And the monastics, they are actually struggling because they are addicted to the views. I think even the sensual pleasures are views in a certain way. For example, in another sutta, Buddha says, Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. So the karma, I would say desire, is a conceptualization. I like this person because I think this is my favorite or thing. I like this particular brand, or probably kind of an item, because this is my because that favorite thing comes from a view. Now,
My ideal type.
ideal type, right? So it's a view. Now, although people like normal folks don't think that it's the view, they say this is my desire, my raga, my lobha. But actually, everything happens from a view. That's why the Buddha said the first thing that one has to practice for mental health is samadhi, wholesome view. And if you take a look at of the modern day politics, it's all views. I like the left, I like the right, I like the conservative party, I like this and that. They all are
Exactly.
views. And
Exactly.
that leads them to violence too. To violence. And when other people don't respect what the other people hold true, then there are certain repercussions happening by challenging and all that, threatening. I think the biggest problem to our mental health is not understanding the views properly. I mean, so it's a very good point that you brought up. Actually, I already brought up with the samadhi part. So I think if we really take care of our view, now, for example, if you are somebody who is struggling at home, in your school, at your workplace, outside, even on the road, when you are driving, you always need to uh, think about your attitude. These attitudes come from your views, your thoughts, attitudes. Now, unless you look at a certain to a certain way of your views, you won't be able to feel happy. Now, the moment you can change your views towards the wholesome side, I would say, I'm not having any views to destroy somebody, take other people's stuff and all that, you feel you are so comfortable, and then you are making less loba, less greed, you are making less hatred, you are making less ignorance. That's a very, I think this is always an abstract kind of teaching. That's why we want to be very kind of a technical to people. So when we want to be technical to people about this teaching, the view thing is that, folks, you need to think about your perspectives. Let's say this is the word that many people use, my perspective, not view. So view is what we see as the consistency of a perspective. So when you think that you are struggling mentally, that probably mostly, I guess, be from a perspective issue. If you can find out whether your perspective has a lot of greed, a lot of hatred, and then these ignorant things, then you may have a better chance of changing that perspective, probably transforming. This is something that I really like. Somebody taught me from a different religion. This lady told me, the reason why I like Buddhism is the only teaching that teaches the transformation. Now, I come from a different religious background, and I
Yes.
can transform, not belittling other religions. Even she said that I still respect my roots, but
Mm.
in Buddhism we see the transformation. Transformation is always possible for everybody,
That's beautiful.
even who did a very bad thing today. He or she also has an opportunity tomorrow. In other teachings, we don't see it. If you do a bad thing, you are actually destined to be like this. There's no chance, right? We are not encouraging violence or bad karma for everybody. We are saying that Buddhism is a place for everybody. Now, it's an interesting thing to talk today because this is the biggest day in Buddhism, Wesak Day. So the thing is that if you understand that, if you have a perspective change pending, then you can work towards that. Let's say you are somebody at home, you have a communication trouble with your spouse. The spouse always wants to take the last word. Just imagine this situation and just think about how to overcome. Not that you want to raise your voice back again, right? That's not the solution here. And think about why she's like this. How can I stop this in a very friendly, smart manner? Then you change your perspective and then find a solution. Not that you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna actually do tit for tat. So that's how this view can be changed towards wholesome reasons. So I take it in a perspective change with. That's a very good way of finding a mental health. Rain, you want to add anything? Probably you can
Yes.
spotlight the question, Rain, before that, if I can answer the question, and then you can talk.
Oh,
What was the question
okay.
here? Hanile, more youth are suffering from mental health. Some are due to craving, but there are many are due to unable to cope with academic requirements. How do we advise youth on this? Now the thing is, do youth understand this word called craving? I don't think yes. They don't take it. What is craving? Huh? Now, even like in our normal society, people like young teenagers, they won't understand this craving. I think if we teach them that there's too many needs, but even though they come to a point to understand the too many needs, but because they are in a very constant competition for letter grades, for jobs, they won't be able to understand it. So I think the best thing that we can teach them is that you need to find yourself, not to compete with others, but just to do the best that you can, but do not compare with other folks, right? If you compare with other folks and if you try to write sit for an exam or look for letter grades, you never know where you are heading to. You all have innate skills, abilities. Make use of them, uh, and don't be influenced badly from other people. Then you know what you're gonna do, and all at the same time, don't ever crave for these unnecessary things. Have a balance. Then you will be able to find your mental health, physical health, and also your school stuff. Then you are able to find the balance. Ren, you want to add anything?
Yes. So I hope the in the background you can hear some chanting. It's because I'm in the temple.
That's okay.
So
Yeah.
it's a bit yeah. Okay. So actually, I myself I have been diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, which is a disorder where I basically cannot focus on things that well. So I also be prescribed medicine for that. But at the same time, I find one practice that helps a lot from Buddhism is meditation, mindfulness meditation. It can actually help me focus quite a lot. Uh, so when I do anything, if I just meditate on that thing that I'm doing, not necessarily the breath or the mind, but even like when I'm doing my school work, my university work, or when I'm even now on this call, I'm meditating on the words that Bante said. So that is an example of how I can use Buddhism to benefit my
So
mental
Rain
health
is a
issues.
living example to our discussion. Huh? Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yes, yes.
I like the meditation part because we could not highlight a little bit more. Now, a lot of people they complain about the time of the meditation. Now, time in the sense of the length and the period. I would say the time of the day. Now,
Too long. Yeah.
I would encourage the morning time. I mean, as a regular meditation, and then uh, aim for uh, some short time. We say it kind of a sacred pose in Western vocabulary. That means you don't need to meditate too long because I mean you will get in there one day. But I think everybody should need this practice at least 5 minutes a day. So once you wake up after kind of a wash, you take 5 minutes every day. So that will help you to spend the day with very good thoughts. Otherwise, the previous night's problems will come to you, and the other issues will come to you. They will take over your mind, right? So, as Rain said in your own experience, I think a short meditation, not you don't need to be serious meditations right away, because I think the idea with many meditators is that I want to go for a very serious meditation. I want to attain jhana in a couple of months. Uh, it might be some people's idea. It's okay for them, but I think for general folks, many of the audience here, what they want is a short meditation. That's my understanding, kind of a sacred pose. That means you do a short meditation every day, at least 5 minutes. If you can't do every day, at least once in 2 days. And then do a practice like breath meditation. Observe your breath. Don't try to take breaths by force. Just watch how your breaths happen. And then you are trying to be in the moment without being judgmental. Now, here's the problem. Why a lot of people having a lot of mental problems? They judge every second. What is this? Okay, I have this subjective knowledge about this particular thing. Flowers, I see these flowers yesterday. These are different than that those flowers. Why can't we have this objective thinking sometimes, right? So for the perspective change, I think this objective thinking is also very necessary. And then a meditation, like a daily meditation. Waking, you wanted to summarize a little bit something more, and then we can do the transference of merits after.
Sure. Yeah, I'll add a few more thoughts, and then I'll hand it over to Rain and to Bante to close it. Yeah. I really like this idea of judging every second. That's so true. Sometimes, like when I'm in my meditation, I just have this one of my mentors in meditation, one of my teachers in meditation, he says this is the fault finding mind, right? Being so judgmental. Sometimes when I'm in meditation, I really judge every thought and every feeling. Like I should not be thinking this, I should not be feeling this, and there's this idea that I need to I need to really somehow get myself to a particular state or get myself to act in a particular way in that moment. So that's so true. I think we need to learn to see this and sort of relax a little bit more in terms of letting our mind flow a little bit more gently. I would say that's really helpful, at least in my own meditation practice. Rain mentioned about mindfulness meditation. I'm really glad that it has helped you, Rain. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope that more and more of us could also enjoy the benefits of meditation. And a few more things I could say. Number one is it's really beautiful, Bante, how you've heard this sharing from a Buddhist, right? Or from a, I don't know, from a practitioner. How the unique thing or the core of the Buddhist practice is this transformation. I think that's really beautiful. It is possible to change our mind. I think that's really helpful. And one final thing I would add is understanding this view as perspective is also really helpful. This word perspective, how we look at the world, right? How we understand the world, our perspective of reality. That's really helpful. When Bande said, when Bande was answering the question on, academic requirements and stress. Yeah, sometimes we have this tendency to compare ourselves with others. This is also a kind of perspective, like what Bante was saying, right? This thoughts of self, this perspective of self. I want to be centered on the self. I want myself to be recognized or to be acknowledged, right? So this is also a kind of perspective that we sometimes get caught up with. Yeah. So Bante also mentioned about sensual pleasures and how sensual pleasures also stem from a kind of view or a kind of perspective. That's really insightful. I was thinking about it as Bante was sharing it. Yeah, it's actually very true. Sometimes we have this ideal image, this ideal picture of what we want in life. It has to go in this way. Life has to happen in this way, and we have this ideal image of people or things we want. And yeah, that kind of view or perspective give rise to this addiction to sensual pleasures. That's really so true. So yeah, anyway, I think we're running out of time. I just want to say these are really helpful sharing. I've learned so much today from Rain and from Bante. I've enjoyed the conversation. I really hope that tribes, maybe you guys could, Rain, tribes could do more of these. We could have more youths, more participants, more practitioners join in the conversation, and also have a dialogue with Bante, ask the Bante more questions. Perhaps we could consider that. I thought it was really enjoyable and insightful. Thank you so much, Bante, and thank you so much, Rain, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Weekend. I think this is why I talked to Rain about having somebody on stage with us, because just giving a talk is always possible, but like when somebody is with us on site and then discussing and sharing the same Dhamma, and then especially on a certain focus will really mind blowing, and then make more insights. So thank you, Vikin, and you are complimentary and then complimenting the layperson's perspective, and then even Rain. So we'll do the transfer of some merits. Rain, you want to add anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to actually go to transfer merits.
Yes, I do want to add something. So there's a comment from Hani Dior. She thanks Bante. She also thanks us for our
You
examples.
want to spotlight
She
the
also
comment?
yes, she thanks Bante,
Okay.
and she thanks us. And she also mentions that she
Thank you,
wishes
Hani.
meditation practice is taught in uni and school. So actually, it is being taught in some universities. For example, in my university, Monash University, Malaysia, we used to have a meditation program for a while, organized by Monash Buddhist Society. But after 1 week, unfortunately, there was a lockdown, so we couldn't continue with the meditation program. So we had to stop
Yeah,
due to the
that's a good
lockdown, and
that's a
we
good
haven't
suggestion. Yeah.
we haven't continued since. In Google, the company Google, there's also meditation rooms, and they also teach meditation at work as well. So yes, I agree with the suggestion. For me, meditation benefits me a lot. I think we should all practice some form of meditation, even when we are driving, focusing on the road, just completely focusing on the road. Don't listen to any music at all. That itself is a form of meditation, I would say. It's not Buddhist meditation, but it's a form of meditation. Meditation focusing on something.
Mindfulness. Yeah.
Yeah, mindfulness. Yeah, that's the correct word.
Yeah.
Rain, you wanted to say why you are with a mask, because people might not know why you're
Oh,
wearing a mask. You're in the
oh
temple.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
in
at
the
the
temple,
temple.
so that's why I have a mask
So
on.
you need to
Yeah,
wear the mask.
mask is mandatory indoors. It's optional outdoors, but temple is indoors. So yeah.
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 In Malaysia
Viking,
at
are
the
you are
moment,
you
that's
are you
the
from the same area? Are you from the same area that the
I'm
temple
I'm
is
from
located?
I'm from Putra Heights, Subang Jaya. So it's actually
Okay.
quite near to tribes to Ti-Ratana temple. Yeah, it's about maybe
Okay.
10 to 15 minutes of 10 to
So
15 minutes drive
so
away.
this
Yeah,
temple is in Puchong, right? The
in
Yes,
temple
it's
that
in
Puchong,
Rain
Puchong.
is
exactly.
now
That's
living.
right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been
Okay,
there
great.
once, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So we'll then do the transference of merits now, and then we will wind this up. So, Dhamma folks, now we're going to transfer all the good karmas to departed people who passed away in the name of all of us. Here we have uh, Waken, Rain, and I know that there's Chief Reverend, other monks, and devotees who join probably online. May all the good karmas be transferred to all the departed people who passed away in the name of all of them in this life or in past lives. May they be able to receive all these good karmas. Suppose if they are reborn in a bad state of life, may they be able to switch to a good life by enjoying all these good karmas. If they were already reborn in a better place, then may they be able to utilize all these good karmas to improve their life so that they can listen to Dhamma and then finally attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Idammi nyati nang hotu sukita hontu nyateyo. Idammi nyati nang hotu sukita hontu nyateyo. Idammi nyati nang hotu sukita hontu nyateyo. May all the good karmas be shared by all the devas, nagas, and all the Mahadikas. May they bless the chief reverend and other monks, and in particular today, Waking and your family, your parents, and everybody, and then Rain's family, parents, siblings, everybody, and all the devotees, and all the others who are joining online today. May the Devas, Nagas, Brahmas protect and bless all of you for good health, quality of your life, and all the prosperity. May the Devas and Nagas and Mahadikas also be well and happy and finally attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Ittavata cha ammehi sambatang punya sampadang sabbe deva anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya Ittavata cha ammehi sambatang punya sampadang sabbe bhuta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya Ettavata cha ammehi sambatang punya sampadang sabbe satta anumodantu sabbasang patti siddhya Anka sattha cha bummattha deva naga mahindika punyantang anumoditva chirang rakhang tuluka sasanang Anka sattha cha bummattha deva naga mahindika punyantang anumoditva chirang rakhang tudesanang Anka sattha cha bummattha deva naga mahindika punyantang anumoditva chirang rakhang tumang paranti. Finally, may all the good karmas we've been accumulating to this point be helpful for all of us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. By power of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, may all our sufferings go away. By the power of the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, may all our sicknesses go away. By the power of the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, may all our fears go away. And then finally, I'm going to bless you with a couple more stanzas. Please receive the blessings, and I wanted to wish you one more time Happy Wesak Day 2022. Abhivadana Selis Nichang Vadha Pachayino Chataru Dhamma Vadhanti Ayuvannu Sukhang Balang Ayura Rogya Sampatti Sagga Sampatti Mevacha Atu Nibbana Sampatti Iminate Saminjatu. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Viken, for being here, and then Dwayne for providing, facilitating. Thank you.
Sadhu,
Bhante.
sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu,
Thank you
sadhu.
so much. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good day.
Happy Wesak, everyone. Sadhu,
Happy
sadhu.
Wesak.
Rin, there's one comment from Hani Liao. I'm not sure if you want to highlight that or bring that up. I was active in PTA. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes we want to do more for our youth, and that's why we have youth societies. Ti-Ratana Youth Buddhist Section is one of the youth groups to engage the youth to, to share the teachings of the Dhamma. Yes, happy Wesak Day. Wow, many good comments. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Beautiful. Awesome, Rain. Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, Rain. I hope
Alright.
you guys at the temple are having a good celebration. Yeah. All right. Happy Wesak.
Happy Wesak.
Sadhu. Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, so we will be having, everyone will be having a puja at 8:30 p.m. from Ti-Ratana Vihara Klang, from our Klang branch. It's time to change the logo back to our to our parent organization. So the youth takeover of the live stream is finished. We'll head over to our Klang Vihara. Obviously, I won't be driving all the way there. It's in 15 minutes. We have puja at 8:30 p.m. So in the meantime, we will be playing some videos. We'll be sharing some videos. Yeah, we'll be sharing a few videos. Yeah, do watch the videos, and once the videos are over, 8:30 p.m. we will start a puja from Ti-Ratana Vihara in Klang.
This is song 3 times. Recite Namo Tassa 3 times to 4, 5, 3, 6. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata viremani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinna dana වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි ආමේසු මිච්ඡාචාරා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි මුසාවාදා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි සුරාමේරය මජ්ජපමා දත්තානා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි Turn to the page number 1515. Salutation to the Buddha, salutation to the Dhamma, and salutation to the Sangha. Recite all together. Iti viso bhagava arihang samma sambuddha vidya charana sampanno sugato Anuttaro Purisa Dhammakarati Satta Deva Manusana Buddha Bhagava Swagato Bhagavata Dhammo Samnitniko Akarito Eibandiko Tangvedi Dhammo Minno Iti Supatipanno Bhagavato Sangha Ujupatipanno Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Nyayapatipanno Bhagavato Samiti Patipanno Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Yatidam Jantari Purisa Anda Purisa Bungara Yeda Bhagavato Sangha Auneyo Dhammineyo Anjali Anundarang Punyaketang Lokanwati Puja offering is number 24, offering of light. Ganasarambha Nindena Dipena Loke Dipang Sangbundang Pujayami Annaganda Gunoketang Etang Kusuma Pujayami Muninanda Siripade Adivase Duno Bhante Paniyang Anukampeng Padaye Patigang Atu Adivase duno bhante gidana panjaya anugampang padaye patiganatu gande swambara yuddene luke ang Puja puja niyang tang puja padene Vandami dediyang sambang sammadani rupa Saririka dhatu mahapodhi buddha rupa Makasanda Jebumanda Devanaga Punyang Tangan Dinwa Dinrakang Devo Vandadu Galene Vatmarambati Ito bhavatule koje raja bhavatu idam me nyatinam hotu sukita undu mina punya kamine mami pale Satang samagamo yavanimmana ayene vaja chintene pamadene Ajayang kamami bante buripanye Gata sadhu Sadhu, sadhu. Page number 86, 14 type of wisdom of the Buddha. Page number 86, 14 type of wisdom of the Buddha. Please repeat after me. Dukkha Buddha Dukkha samudaya jnanam Buddha jnanam Dukkha nirodhe jnanam Buddha jnanam Dukkha nirodhagamini patipadaya jnanam Buddha jnanam Attapati sambhite jnanam Buddha jnanam Dhammapati sambhite jnanam Buddha jnanam Nirodhi Pati Sangvidena Buddha Patibana Pati Sangvidena Buddha Inniya paro pariyante Buddha Ajanusaye Nyanang Buddha Yamakapatiyari Nyanang Buddha Nyanang Karuna Samapatiyaya Nyanang Buddha Nyanang Sammang Yutta Nyanang Buddha Nyanang Anavarana Nyanang Buddha Nyanang Ime Buddha Nyani Samannagatang Samma Sambuddhang Tang Sisa Namami Ime Buddha Nyani Samannagatang Samma Sambuddhang Tang Sirsa Namami Ime Buddha Nyani Samannagatang Samma Sambuddhang Tang Sirsa Namami Siresa namami. Siresa namami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Today we are going to recite Ratana Sutta, Metta Sutta, Mahasamaya Sutta, and mind toward to the Buddha by the firm determination of this Paritana chanting. May you and your other members of family be well, peaceful, and happy. Now I would like to invite all the deities, please come forward, listen teaching of the Buddha, say sadhu 3 times. Samanta Janga Vyalesu Jantu Devata Sannamang Unirajan Sunantu Tangga Monggadai Parinnasavanakalo yang badanta Parinnasavanakalo yang badanta Parindadhammasavanakalo yang badanta. Wish you all happy Wesak day. May you all be well, peaceful, and happy. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Ratana Sutta, page number? 36. Yani bhutani samagatani bummani vayani vahantalinge tambeva bhutatumana Atopi sanganya dunang dubhaditang tamhani bhutani tani tadam devetang garote manudiya Divajarande terande parindan maine rande tamba mandang gindinang hida Sangye duang retem pani tang nano denen ditata idam dibunde rataram pani tang etena Ayang viragang nimipimbani tangyata jagatake muni tamahito natena tamyena idam bidam meratanam panitang edena radena duat yang bunda tendo perilamna itu tinggalama di marang dari kanya amadina tena damona vidyate dambidam meratanam yedena dandena dvandiyo tuye pungalata tatambadatatatari etani edakineya sugadadadavakaye tehudinani maparani dambivange ratanam panitange tena Yedumbayutna sadalena nikamino godamadanam nide bhakti bandhamata Landa mudanim buddhim punyamana idam pirange rataram panitam yedena Yatinda kila padavindito diyajatummiwa devi atambakam diyotatupaman Yo variyaranyani avedya vasati idam bidange rataram panitange tena rajena Ariya Danjani Vipavayanti Gambira Pangene Dudetani Gindabite Nate Bhavangatamadiyandi Dampi Sange Rataram Panitange Tena Rajena Savasyadandana sambadaya dayatu dhammagayita bhavanti rakkaya ditti Silammatang vabhyatanyi ginji jato apaye javimpa mutto jaca vitanani Idam bisange rataram panitang yedena tatena Inja bido nammang karoti payapatanggaye vada Abammodo tase padijadaye abapata dindabadase uttai tambisange Yedena satnyena duatiyoto manapagumme atabustilange vimane vase Tato bamang dhamma varanga desaye nibbana nibbana hitaya hitampi udve yedena rajyena duattiyoto varo varanyo varado vararo anuttaro dhamma Idambi bunde rataram panitang etena datjena duattiyo tukinang puranang navang Viranda jindaya tige bhavat nigate kina vika virulli tanda dimpanti dikirang Idampi sangye ratanam panitang yedena sangyena Yani debutani samagatani bummani vayani panam Tathagatam deva manusa buddhitam buddhang nemesama dvatiyo tuyani debutani bummani vayani vandani Tathagatam deva manusa buddhitam dhammam namasama Yani debutani samagatani bummani vayani vandani tathagatam Tangang namasama tuandiyo tuyetena satyavanye dukkha upasamintu metena Upadamintu te tena satyavanyena roga upadamintu te. Next page, Paraniyametta Sutta. Paraniyamatta kusalena yantang santeng batavidamidya tangbo jadu jadu vajo jadu Ando jago jadu baro jamba inyo jadalla ukhaut nirang inyo jani bako jabram Nedekundang samajare kinjine vinyo pare upavadi om dukino age vino undu dande Ege jipane mutanti tata bata varabana Nagi gavaye mangava manji Dindavaye vanditaye dure vadandiya vidure Samme sanda bhavantu sukhitatmana paro parangi kummeta nati mamnyeta kajjadina Pyaro sana patiga sanjana anyavanyata dukkha nitya matayatanyam Ayusaye kabunta manurate vambidamba bhute kumana sambhavaye Nindanja sambhalo tasmimana sambhavaye aparimanam undam adoja Asambhadam averam atapattam viddam jaram nidino vasayano ve Etam satin adindeya brahmanitam viharam idamaudindita anupam Tasarene sampanno kami dubiniyage tannaita tukamma punere hidiyedena satyavanyena dotti vihotu dhammataedena Sondideo tu dhammadaedena satyavanyena dotti vihotu dhammataedena Mahasamaya Sutta, page number according to your book, Mahasamya Sutta. A small book, I think, don't have. Big one, Mahasamya Sutta, recite together. This don't have. I think the small book don't have Mahasamya Sutta. Just listen to it. Recite together Mahasamya Sutta. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Evam me sutang ekang ramayang bhagave sakye subhyarati kapilavato mahavane mata bhikkhu sangena dandi Panjamattei bhikkhu satei dhammei varahantei tadai talokadatu devataye puyena nannipatita unti Bhagavantang dasanaya bhikkhu sanghancca Atako jatunang sutta-vata-kaikenang devanang yedadavodiyang bhagavatam yedu viharati kapilavat Mavane mahata bhikkhu sanghe vedasming panchamatte bhikkhu sate nambe eva aramte natarita lokadatu devataye Sannipatitayendi bhagavantang tattanaya bhikkhu sanghancca nunamayam biyena bhagavate rupasanghamiyama upada Bhagavante bhagavato santike padhe gagatamma jayamati atako ta devata jayata vinam bhalavakito Amijitang vedam bhadareya bhadaritang vedam samijeya evamivang uttavade tu deve tu antarayita bhagavato murato bhagavato Atagota devata bhagavanta vivadetva ekamantang ettang suekamantang ditako eka devata bhagavato santike imanggatang Māsame pēnēmīng devakāyā samāgata agatamma imang dhamma samayang dakhitāya aparādita sanghan Atako pare devata bhagavato santike imang ayatang abhati tatra bhikkhavo samādhantu ittamatano ujuk Tattara nitani gayanwa indriyani rakanti panditati atako aparadevata bhagavato santike imang jenwa kinang jenwa panikang indagirang wajamani jate saranti tutta vimala jakumata sudanta suduna Atako aparadevata bhagavato santike imang atang abhadiye keti buddhang saranang gatate nate Apayam paya manusang dehang devakayang paripure santi Diyatako bhagava bhikkhā arante diye buhiyena දසදුලකදතුසු දේවතායන්නිපතිතා තථාගතං දස්සනාය භික්ඛු සංඝංච එපිතේ භික්ඛවේ අහේතුං අතීතමත්තානං අරහන්තෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධාතේ සම්බිමක ඒත පරමා ඒව දේවතායන් නිපතිතා හේතුං දෙයතා බිමයං ये पिते विग्गवे भविष्यति अनागत मत्तारं अरहन्तो धम्मे सम्भो ते सम्बि भगवन्तारं येत परमा एव देवता सन्निपतिता भविष्यति ते यथा विमह्यं येत आदिकेशानि विग्गवे देवतायां नामानि कीर्तयित्वानि विग्गवे देवतायां तेजिसामि विग्गवे देवतायां नामानि तं गुणात् साधुकं करोत वासि एवं वन्देतिको ते भिक्खु भगवतो भक्तासो सुं भगवाये तद्योच्य श्रीलोकमनुगासामि यत् बुम्मा तदस्तिताये तिता गिरिगपारामयिन्तान्ताद पुटुसी भाव सल्लीनालो मांसा विसम्भुनो दात मनसा सुता विपसन्ना बियो पंचसते ज्ञात्वा वने कापिलवन्ते ततो आमन्तयि भक्ता सावकेता देवकाया विकन्ता देवी जानात विग्गवो ये जातपमकरुं सुत्वा बुद्धस्य ते सम्पातुरवो ज्ञानं अमरुत्सान दर्शनं अप्येके रतमतकुम् तात्तां एके सासानं अमरुत्सान मत्तसुं अप्येकेन मत्तकुं दिशादम्ब ताञ्च सम्मं अभिज्ञाय ववक्कितान चक्कुमातते नन्दयि रत्ता तावके देवकाया विकन्ता देवी जानात भिक्खवो ये वोऽहं कीर्तयिष्यामि गिरायनु सत्यदासायत्कामुम्मेदापिडवत्तवा इति मन्तो जुतिमन्तो वन्नवन्तो मोदमाना भिक्खामुं भिक्खूनं समति यथा हेमवतायत्कारानत्तवन्निनो इति मन्तो जुतिमन्तो मोदमाना भिक्खामुं भिक्खूनं समतिं वनं सता गिराति सासाय कारानत्तवन्निनो इति मन्तो वन्नेवन्तो यशस्विनो मोदमाना भिक्खामुं भिक्खूनं समति इत्येते तोलसासाय कारानत्तवन्निनो इति मन्तो वन्नेवन्तो यशस्विनो मोदमाना भिक्खामुं भिक्खूनं समपेत्सामित्ता पञ्चशताय कारानत्तवन्निनो इति मन्तो जुतिमन्तो मोदमेना भिक्खामुं भिक्खूनं समतिं वनं कुम्भीरो राजकैको वेपुल्लस्य बियोनं सततासं यक्कानं Kumbiro raja gai ko so paga samating wanang kumimang jadi sang raja dajaran ko tambata kantambaning adipati maharaja Punta pitassa bhavo indayama mehembala iti manto juti manto mannavanto yatati no modemana Dajinan jadi sang raja birullo tampasa sati kumbang adipati maharaja Kota bitasa bhavo indana mena bala iti manto jodi manto manna Padamana bika mung biku nang tamati wanam bati menjadi sang raja virupakko naganang adipati maharaja tadido buddha pitassa bhavo indana Iti manto juti manto manavante yatati no bodhamana bhikka bhikkhuna Puttaran dari sang raja kuvero tambasa sati akkanang adipati maha Kota pitassa bhavo indana mahapala iti manto juti manto mannavanto yasati no udamana api Purati mene dateratto dakkine viruako matti mene virupakko kuvero utta Tattaro te maharaja samante jaguro di sadattallamana Vaneka pilavadave te sang maya vinodata guvanjanika Maya kotendu vedendu viduddha vidudo Candano kami sendo jadino ganduni kambu jamanado opamangyo jadevado Citta deno jagantambo nano raja janitabo aku panjasiko deva timbaru Kete tangi raja no gantapa saraju bimodamana Bhikkhu nang samating wanang ataguna pasana kapisalata Sambala setera gopaya katanya tibiya munadateran Aguna gaya satino iravano mahana gozo Yena garaje sasaranti dipadi jabaki vidutta jakku vehatayate panamat Citra supanna iti te thangna Edayanta dana garaja namati supanna toke makasi buddho sanna iwa Naga supanna sarana mangha subuddha jita vajire antena samutang asura sita matero Viddimanto yatino kalakam yamabhingsa suredana vekata vepatittiruti Paradona mudira satanjavali puttanam sabbeve Tannayita balinsenang raupadamupadamo samayoda nibandante bhikkhunan Apoja deva patavi jetijo vayo tadagamum varna deva gomo jatata Metta karuna kaika adu deva yatatino dasete dasa Ambena vannino iddhimanto jyotimanto vannavanto yatatino bodhamana bhikkham bhikkhunan dhamma Vinno jadeva sali jayasama jaduveya matanda dasupanisam Tanda Mahadura Kata Surya Supanisa Deva Surya Mahadura Kata Nakata Aku Mandabala Kavasunang Vasavo Setto Sakko Pada Purinda Dota Sete Dasa Ambena Nattavannino Ittimanto Jyotimanto Vannavanto Yatadino Modamana Bhikkhamum Bhikkhuna Atago Deva Jalamakkidikariva Avittaka Jaro Umma Waruna sadhamma jadyuta jani jaka suleya rujira go ago adavani dino tadete tatata kaya tappe Iddhimanda Jyotimanda Annavando Yatattino Modamana Bhikkhamum Bhikkhunan Samana Mahatamana Manusa Manusuttama Vidyapadu Agumana Padusika Guharayo Deva Ejano Itavadino Paraka Mahaparaka Agudeva Yata Ede Dasada Kaya Jambena Nandavannino Iddhimanda Judhimanda Modemana Bhikkhamum Bhikkhunan Samitiwanang Sukta Karumma Runa Kuvega Kota Tegaya Pamokka Budeva Vijakkana Satananta Bharagaja Misakaja Taneyang Agapanyuno Yotisa Bivasati Dasete Dasata Kaya Tapena Natta Iddhimando Jyotimanto Vannavanto Yatatino Hodamana Bhikkhamum Bhikkhuna Kemiya tusitaya makattaka jasatino lambita kalamadatta jyoti nama jasava nimanaratino atagu paranimita dasete dasadakaya tapena tavannino ittimanto jyutimanto vannavanto Podamana Bhikkhamum Bhikkhunan Samativanan Satte Devanitaya Tabbena Natta Iddhimanto Namang Vaene Agam Nyumye Janye Sati Sasa Bhavutta Jaling Akila Dakye mogatarang nagang jannang vasitatikang subrahma paramato je putta ittimato sasanang kumaro diso jato paga Sasaranang Mahabrahma Vididdhati Uppanna Jyotimanda Viddhamakayo Ratatito Naseta Issaratu te sanja majjato agarito parivarito te sambe abhikkante sainde deve samnagmage marasena abhi Passa kanna samadhiyang eta kannata bandata rāgena bandha mattu veda matta pari Mao munjita gojinang iti tatta mahadeno kanna sinang mapedai panina talamaja sarang Yata pausya komigo tanayanto sabijuko tatato pacudavanti sambuto Tanja sambang abhinyaya vavajita na jakuma tato amanta idata davake Marasena bhikkhanta devi janata bhikkhavote jayata pamakarum sutva buddhasa Vitarage bhakkamunni sanglo mampi jayung labbe vijita sangha mahapaya Yasasino modanti sabute vivavakate jani dutati Edena tajya vajjena dhotti deho tu dhammada edena tajya Sotti meo tu dhammada edena tajya vajjena dhotti deho tu dhammada Jai Paritta Jai Paritta page number Jai Paritta Siriri dimadi dejo jaya jindi maiti maguna parinita punyadikara satammantaraya nivarana namata sabhagavato arahato sammaya Dvatingamaya purigalakyananubhavene adityanubhyanjana rakkananubhavene attuttara tatamangala rakkananubhavene jamyanananjayane Ketumalanubhavene tataparamitanubhavene tataupaparamitanubhavene tataparamatthaparamitanubhavene dīghasamādhi Buddhanubhavene dhammanubhavene sanghanubhavene tejanubhavene nityanubhavene balamu Yadammanubhavena jaturati disāsa dhamma kandanubhavena navalokuttara Attangikamanganubhavena attasamāvatyanubhavena jalaviññānubhavena nittā karunā muditā ubhekanubhavena Ambetaramitanubhavena ratanataya sarananubhavena tuyang ramyoga Upandava dukkademene supayata vinatando dhamma sangappa tuyang samijanto digayuko tu tattavasa jivena samadhiko Akāsa pammata vana bhūmi tataka ganga mahasamudra ārakaka devata sada Rakkante sabba buddhanubhavena sabba dhammanubhavena sabba sanghanubhavena buddha ratanam dhamma ratanam sangha Innaratana jaturādīdilāsa dhamma kandanubhavena pidadatta anubhavena didadavakanu Sammete roga, sammete bhaya, sammete antaraya, sammete upadeva, sammete Ammede avamangala vihasanto ayuvattako dhanavattako sirivattako yasavattako balavattako sukhattako tu sambara dukkha roga bhaya viradoka sambe Anikantaraya vinasanto jadede sajaya siddhi dhanang labham sotti bhagya Siriya yujamano jebogam mutti jayatva tatva sadhyam bhujadiva Bhavantu te dīna natya vajjīne hotu me jaya Yetena satya vajjīne hotu me jaya mangalam yetena hotu te jaya mangalam Punyanamodana, dedication of merits. Imina punya kammine upadhyaya gunottara dariyo upakarate mata pita piya Suryo Chandri Maharaja Gunavandana Brahmanarad Indaj Lokapalad Devataya Monita Manusaya Majata Ambe Santa Sukhi Onto Punyani Pakatani Vedukam Jati Vinam Dinto Kilam Papeta Imina Punya Kamina Imina Uttidena Jagipam Sulabediva Ye santani na dhammaya vanimmanato mamamla santu sabbata yantadato bhave bhave ududito satipanno salleko viriya Marabandhuno bhagam kadunja viriyedu me muttadi bhava Dhammo nato paruttamo nato pacceka sambuddho sangho nato Pamande Dottananubhavena Naruntasanalabantu Sadhu 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 Now we are going to do soul meditation. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Previously, we have narrated Buddha discourses, especially Wesak, Buddha enlightenment, birthday, and also passing away. Today, yesterday, Wesak until now, we have been doing chanting, we have been doing all these praise service. Today, we have recited that Buddha discourse, especially Mahasamya Sutta. Today, we are cultivating generosity, morality, and serenity. We have good merits. As part of this merits, we transfer the departed, picture your mind, who have passed away, all you are departed. Tang Chong Ping, and all the departed and relatives, wherever they are, they may be able to take this power on this. Idamme ñātinam hotu sukhita. Idamme ñātinam hotu sukhita. Idamme ñātinam hotu sukhita. Ñātayo sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Sharing this minute with all the devas. Akadatta Devumata Devanaga Punyantanu Denva Rakantulo Ekadatta Devumata Devanaga Punyantano Dinva Tirendrakrantuloka Agadetta Jevumata Devanaga Punyantano Dinva Sharing this message each and every one of you. Today, Union Puja is sponsored by Yang Hong and all the devotees, those who are present here, those who are not present here. We share in this message each and every one of you. By the firm determination of this Paritana chanting, may all the devotees, those who are sponsor breakfast dana, sponsor lunch dana, sponsor evening puja, or the donors, or the well-wishers, and also especially our Ti-Ratana Vihara, our Chief Venerable K. Sri Dhammaratana Nayaka Mahathir, and also President of this Vihara, Mr. John, Vice President Mr. Chan Menja, Advisor of this Vihara, Sister Mahi, and also Sister Poem and all the members of the committee, and also all the devotees, those who are present here, and those who are not present here, Mr. Eddie, and also Mr. Kenny, and all our Sister Nancy, and also Sister Yoju, Sister Poem, Sister Susan, and also Sister Indian's family, and also Wilson, Mr. Wilson, and also Mr. Lee, Jason Lee, and also Mrs. and all of you. Those who are present here, those who are not present here, we share in this spirit each and every one of you all the donors, all the well-wishers, each and every one of you, by the firm determination of this Paritana chanting, may you be free from suffering. By the firm determination of this Paritana chanting, may you be free from illness. By the firm determination of this Paritana chanting, may you and your the members of them be well, peaceful, and happy. May the Buddha, Dhammam, and Sangha be with you all always. Sampapapassa karanang kusalatsa upasampada Satijja pariyo dapanang nitang buddhana sasanang sadhu sadhu sadhu.